Drivers, everybody put your masks on, please. The feed has gone live out on YouTube, so everybody out can actually see us live now. So everybody on the grandstand, please put your masks on now. Right, everybody out that's watching the stream, we do have a bit of a problem with the internet system, so it might just hook out there at home, but trust me that everybody at Promax is working as hard as they can to avoid this. So if it does happen at your house, that it does go in that direction, it will be rectified as soon as you possibly can, because the feed is incredibly low here at Killarney Raceway.
Poisonous mushroom deadly. When I play a dope melody, anything less than the best is a felony. Love it or leave it. You better gain weight. You better hit bullseye. The kid don't play. If there was a problem.
Right, we get all the drivers to the Goodwood Body and Spray van for the drivers briefing, and then remember we need a scrutineer down by the midget pits. Asseblief trappies, ons het 'n scrutineer nodig by die kuipe, by die midget kuipe. Daar's nog nie 'n scrutineer daai kant gewees nie. Daar's 3 karre wat daar staan. Asseblief all the drivers to the drivers briefing, please.
Premiumbeat.com. 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 Premiumbeat.com.
Well, folks, good day to you one and all, and fantastic to see that we back here at the circuit. It's looking good. We're going to have a full day's racing. So we just completed the driver's briefing, and we're just about good to go with the parade as such. There we go, got that working now as well. For those of you that's watching us from home, we are aware of the low download speed that there is on the live feed. I've just done a reset, and should it not be what we need it to be or want it to be, the races will be pre-recorded, and then we'll download it to you as quick as what we possibly can. Big thanks to Promax Sound here, nice and early this morning to get everything set up. A big thanks to Roshan and the guys from Westcape Spares for providing the necessary scaffolding and straps and everything that we require to be able to get the best possible views that we need for you on this specific circuit. AMM Towing, nice to have them on board again, and they are doing duty for us here alongside the Goodwood Body and Spray truck as well. So Johnny van Niekerk, congratulations, 23 years married. I think that is brilliant stuff. Some of the people here aren't even 23 years old, but to you and the missus, congratulations, 23 years, and probably 40 years connection to Cape Bell Drivers and 50 years to Western Province Motor Club. Wingfield Motors is the official sponsor of the 2021 season for Killarney Main Circuit Racing as well. So support those that support us in motorsport, not only for Main Circuit, but also for Cape Bell Drivers as well. Wingfield Motors, AMM Towing, Promax Sound, and Westcape Spares, all of these type of people that do so much work for us in the background and make it all possible. And then Frankie, the marshals, wow, they do such a brilliant job for us. The unsung heroes that are out there, the marshals, and then also linked to that, all the photographers that are doing duty for us out here today and bringing as much publicity as what they possibly can to the KPL drivers.
Well, I'll tell you this, it's been great. Awesome stuff to see all the marshals out there. A lot of our marshals do double duty at the main circuit as well that works over here. And they were out on the main circuit today. They had a motorcycle track day that went between 9 and 11, and then they had a car day between 11 and 1 before the circuit was handed over to KPL drivers. A big thanks to our COC down there, that is a full herald, and Philip van Rooyen is out there as well. Sean Cope, all the guys that are on duty today as our clerk of the course, and a big thanks to all the medical services and all the marshals out there. Big thanks as well to all the photographers. Aubrey de Bruin is in the house. Colin Brown is here. Janku Smith, FC Nieuwoud. Everybody
Sure.
is out
Four
there.
of the best.
Big thanks to all of them. And then a special thanks to Corneille and Ruan van Niekerk of Promax Sound that is bringing us the live stream. There is a slight problem on the feed. It's very, very low, and we'll bring you everything as live as we possibly can. If there is an issue, it, as Gary said earlier on, it will be pre-recorded and then brought to you at a later stage. Not a problem by Promax, it's a problem in the area. It's a general problem in the area here where the racetrack is situated. So we'll do our level best, and Corneille and Ruan will be doing 110% to make sure that everything does go out as smooth as it possibly can. So we're about to get going with the opening race of the day. So for myself, Frankie Yennis, for Gary Fleming, good afternoon. Wherever you find yourself in Cape Town, in South Africa, good morning if you are on the other side of the world, and good evening if you're on the opposite side of that. So wherever you find yourself, hello everybody, and welcome to KPL Drivers. And we are starting, this is the second race of the second half of the season. Remember, we did the first half of the season in the summer break, or the summertime, I would say. Then we took a bit of a break, and we are now back with the second race in the second half of the 2021 season. The midgets are scheduled to come out first. We have 3 of them that entered from Cape Agulhas Raceway in Bredasdorp. So a big thanks to the 3 of them, Zim Geldenhuys and Waldo Tritter and Des Netling. They are the 3 midget drivers from Cape Agulhas Raceway that has come down to join us here at the KPL Drivers Motor Club on this sunny Saturday afternoon. And guess what the date is? The date is 9/11, September the 11th, 2021. That rings a bell. Something horrible happened on this day 20 years ago. We don't want to go down that road, but it is September the 11th, and welcome to the KPL Drivers Motor Club.
Poisonous mushroom deadly. When I play a dope melody, anything less than the best is a felony. Love it or leave it, you better gain weight. You better hit bullseye, the kid don't play. If there was a problem.
Premiumbeat.com. Premiumbeat.com. Premiumbeat.com.
Right, it is a hearty good afternoon to everybody out there in YouTube land and on social media. And welcome to a sunny Cape Town, to the Cape Old Drivers Motor Club, where we are about to get the event underway. A big thanks to our three drivers from Cape Agulhas Raceway out there in Bredasdorp, to Zim Geldenhuys, to Waldo Trieter, and to Des Neetling. They are our three midget drivers from Cape Agulhas Raceway. Des Neetling is out there in the number 11. Waldo Trieter is out in the number 9. And then the number 10 midget, that is Zim Geldenhuys of Connaught Motors. And a big thanks to everybody that is involved with the midget side of it. All our sponsors for today. The Stockrot, West Cape Spares, a big thanks there to Russian and to Greg from West Cape Spares for sponsorship, and also from the commentary side as well. A massive, massive thanks to those two gentlemen. Purple Gorilla Projects, the 1660s. Camco Services 2.1, Roll Cage Guys, Super Saloons, King Customs Heavy Metal, a TTMS, that's Mario Tito for Heavy Metals B. Junior Development Minis is Wingfield Motors, or the B division, and the A division, that's the Golfs, that's full boost turbochargers. And a special thanks to AMM Towing, our tow vehicles that are here. And then Goodwood Used Motor Spares and Snap Change, AGS Plumbing, and Best Buy Doors. They are the people that have sponsored the live stream, as well as Greg and Russian from Westcape Spares for providing the scaffolding for the Promax people, for Corne and his entire team. Right, the three midgets from Cape Agulhas Raceway, Bredasdorp, Waldo Netling, Waldo Trieter, Zim Geldenhuys and Des Netling. They are the three midgets that are going to entertain us today as they make their way out of turn number one.
Well, Frankie, we've had two messages that have come through saying live streaming 100%. Nice, strong stream. But yeah, we know that Corne likes to always get it as 100% crystal clear as possible. So yeah, that's good. The flag goes down off the line they come, and it's going to be Waldo Trieter that's going to get the whole shot down into turn number one. Zim Geldenhuys runs right towards the outside. The one coming through behind that is Des Netling. That's the one with the blue roll cage.
Right, so down the back straight they go, making their way into turn number two. All three these cars sponsored by the same company. They all look exactly the same as they make their way out of turn number one and heading down the back straight, heading down into turn number two. As they head out of turn number two, the midgets coming down towards us. Right up front, we've got the number 9, that is Waldo Trieter, and Des Netling in that second position, followed there by Zim Geldenhuys as they exit turn one.
Well, Zim Geldenhuys, a man that puts lots and lots of effort and time and money into numerous different midgets and lots of different karts as well. Very much involved with the karting side of things. So, wow, we've got more Zim Geldenhuys out there. Believe you me, we'd be much better off in motorsport. Frankie, you were talking about Bredasdorp. These three are resident in Bredasdorp, and in fact, the next meeting for Club Points for Cape Al drivers is in fact down in Bredasdorp.
Yeah, it's a club event for both clubs, and it is also a regional championship, the second round of the regional championships in that part of the world, and that will be in 2 weeks' time. And Gary and myself will be down there calling that one. A big, big thanks to everybody that's involved from Cape Al driver's side and Steve Becker from the Cape Agulhas Raceway side. As the checkered flag comes out in this one, Waldo Trieter P1, Des Netling P2, and Zim Geldenhuys in that third position. So yeah, we will be down there in 2 weeks' time, where the Cape Al drivers will be in action at the Cape Agulhas Raceway in Bredasdorp.
Well, we've got one midget that's standing out there on track still. And the marshal's going to make a plan to get that car moved. Next up, I do believe, will be the junior classes, junior developments, full boost turbochargers, the sponsor for the A class and the B class being Wingfield Motors. So we've got Christoph Etzebeth, Alonso Picard. Welcome to Cape Al Drivers, and Wimmer van der Merwe Jr. They actually pushed that car off the line just after the parade lap. So I hope that was just a small little glitch and they got that one sorted out. Developments B, nice to see Connor Boys eventually back out there on circuit. Divan Meyer not making it out. That car picked up problems last week at Worcester. Lisa Loubser, Stacey Loubser, Tamika van Niekerk, and then Tatum van der Westhuizen out there as well.
Yeah, we have quite a few of them. Connor Boys raced at Mega Oval in Worcester last weekend. Missed the opening race of the event. They got there slightly late, but my goodness, when he came out for that second heat and for the final, was this young man on an absolute fly and a charge in the B division category. Lisa Loubser and Stacey Loubser, the two sisters in the Fiat Unos. I'll be going one-on-one. At the last event, it was Lisa that had pretty bad luck out there, that she needed to actually get points in the final just to be able to get onto the podium, which she thankfully did. Tamika van Niekerk in the Goodwood Body and Spray Mini. She literally cleaned house and won the class overall at the last event over here. And now Tatum van der Westhuizen, that is a new driver in the A103, that is the Wingfield Motors Mini, that we will see out there in action shortly. And that is a new driver here at CHD. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, we've got 5 Development B, that's the drivers in the B division. And we have got 3 drivers in the Development A division. Christoph Etzebeth with his Volkswagen Fox, Alonso Picard with a Golf, and then Wiemer van der Merwe Jr. with his Golf. And last weekend at Mega Oval, Wiemer and MJ van der Westhuizen, they were involved in a heck of a fight for first and second overall, but that was last week. This is today. MJ is not here. Wiemer is here as Alonso Picard leads the field out, followed there by Christoph Etzebeth. They are the 2 cars out on track. That's first, and right behind the 2 of them, we have got Tamika van Niekerk, and then Stacey Loubser, followed there by Lisa Loubser. Connor Boys is out on track as well. I do not see the Van der Westhuizen, and there it comes towards the gate now. The Wingfield Motors Mini, the A103 of Tatum van der Westhuizen, making her way out of the pit gate onto the track, where she will join the other A and B division drivers.
Well, looks like it's going to be the A-Class cars that will be at the front, which will probably be Christoph Etzebeth and Alonso Picard will go onto the front row of the grid. And then, as we said, Wiemer van der Merwe's car was pushed off the grid, and they have not got that car back out on circuit again. So the third of the Development Class A cars out there is sponsored by Full Burst Turbochargers and not making it out on track. Coming in behind that, you'll probably find then that it will be Tamika van Niekerk with one of the Loubser lasses. It looks like Connor Boys are going to be coming off the tail end of the field with Tatum van der Westhuizen in the 103. Kind of nostalgic, those colors out there, Frankie. The Goodwood Body and Spray original blue and white. The very first one that ever came out in that format was, in fact, the car of Carmen Fleming, and that's almost a decade ago.
Yeah, now known as Mrs. Carmen Stradom. So yeah, that has been a heck of a long time ago. And then Gavin also had the Wingfield Motor sponsorship on his car, or one of the sponsors on his car. And then, of course, Wingfield Motors was also involved with the development drivers a couple of seasons ago. We had 2 development drivers, and now Wingfield Motors back out on track again with the Tatum van der Westhuizen Lass. That will be starting off at the back of the field. Alonso Picard coming out of turn number 2 with the snap change on the side of that motor car as the Wamsa flag goes down, and this one's underway. Alonso Picard followed there by Christoph Etzebeth into turn number 1. Then we've got the B division right there behind them, getting the whole shot in the B division category is Stacey Loubser. Right behind Stacey Loubser is Tamika van Niekerk. She goes and parks off on the outside. Will she carry enough speed? She does, but she's on that second, third line, tries to close the door. She might just be worked out there by Lisa Loubser. No, she's not. As they head into turn number 1 and catching up to the back of them, he's the number 7 of Connor Boys.
Well, at the last event, Tamika van Niekerk was very, very quick with that car of hers, and looking to do a wide berth right around the outside and go for the lead position, but not getting it very easily at this stage of the fight. A nice pace there by the 8 car of Stacey Loubser.
Right, down into turn number 1 they go. Never mind those 2 development A's that are heading into turn number 2. Let's keep an eye here on the B division. The B division has been led there by Stacey Loubser. Once again, Tamika van Niekerk, good with body and spray. Tries around the outside, but not on that second, third line. You're not going to get around the roll cage guys, sponsored Uno of Stacey Loubser into turn number 1 they go, but Van Niekerk hangs out there. She's not going to be driven away there. She's got enough power, enough speed down the back main to go and park off right on the outside. Will she get the run around the outside of Loubser? She does, but once again loses ground on that longer line out of turn number 2. And right in there behind the 2 of them is the 19 of Lisa Loubser, followed there by the 7 of Connor Boyes.
Well, Tatum making enough space initially for the leaders coming through and then closing off on Connor Boyes. Connor Boyes climbing over the curbstone, trying to make sure they didn't make contact. Unfortunately, light contact, but didn't slow Connor Boyes down too much. So eventually it's Tamika van Niekerk in the Goodwood Body and Spray car that heads up the Class B. And as we expected, the Goodwood used motor spares 303 is leading them out, and that is 369. That's Christoph Etzebeth.
Etzebeth heading down the back main to pick up the number 7 mini there of Connor Boyes in turn number 2, with Alonso Pickard sitting there in that second position, a distant second position to the Goodwood used motor spared Volkswagen Fox of class and overall leader Christoph Etzebeth. Down the back main he goes. And we'll have a look and see what's happening as Lisa Loubser has got her nose ahead there of Stacey. That's for second and third in the B division. As Van Niekerk heads into turn number 1. Here goes Lisa Loubser. Here comes Stacey. She's got problems as Connor Boyes now has a look around her on the outside of turn 1.
Yeah, Connor Boyes got held up just a little bit by the newcomer there, Tatum van der Westhuizen. They closed off the line, but going quickly now onto the tail end around the outside of the 8 of Stacey Loubser. So Stacey Loubser tries to fight back, sticks it up on the inside of Connor Boyes. Connor runs around the outside, laps ticking away, not much time left in this one. A lovely ride so far by Alonso Pickard, second in class, but getting accustomed to the top pretty quickly.
Right, here comes your overall leader out of turn number 2, the Volkswagen Fox of overall race leader Christoph Etzebeth. Dissects it 2 minutes, puts a lap there on the leader of the B division as well. Here comes a snap change Golf of Alonso Pickard in that second position. Heading out of turn 2 now is the leader of the B division as Etzebeth comes around to start his final lap. That is Tamika van Niekerk. Here comes Alonso Pickard sitting second overall, heading down into turn number 1. And Lisa Loubser still second in that class, followed there by Connor Boyes. As a checkered flag comes out for race leader Christoph Etzebeth.
I tell you what, that car's dialed in. Goodwood used motor spares 369 of Etzebeth, and I tell you what, that Goodwood Body and Spray 102 very much on song at this stage of the fight, and picking up a nice easy win there, Tamika van Niekerk, and that ahead of the 19 of Lisa Loubser, the 7 of Connor Boyes, and then the 8 of Stacey Loubser. A bit of smoke trailing out of the exhaust on that 8 car. She was running pretty well initially, but I think she just backed off. Something obviously didn't sound and or look right. Tatum van der Westhuizen, first race out there and keeping it all together. Well done and welcome. go with the Heavy Metals Class A, sponsored by King's Customs. Class B by TTMS, that's Mario Tito. So we've got Emil Lange and Anthony Rumer in Class B, and then it should be Arno Engelbrecht. I don't see Arno out on circuit yet, with James King and Ruan van der Walt. Oh, there he is, the 47. Yeah, he's got the new livery on the motor car. The 47 of Arno Engelbrecht. That car used to be yellow. It's looking very, very nice with the snap change sign writing on the sign. The King's Auto Body A7 of James King. The Fastron Pertamina Westcape Spares BMW. The 42 of Ruan van der Walt. The Sean's Racing 22 Beamer on the third row on the outside. That is Emil Lange. That car looks like it's been dropped phenomenally as opposed to the other Beamers.
Right, here we go with the Heavy Metals out of pit corner. They come down towards us. The Wamsa flag goes down and away we go. Remember, we have got 3 Class A and 2 Class B cars into turn number 1. It's Engelbrecht that leads them out of turn number 1. And there's a bit of Alja Father there already onto the dirt. It's Ruan van der Walt in that second position. Here comes James King. James diving up on the inside. The King's Customs cars gets ahead of the Westcape and Pertamina Fastron car of Van der Walt into turn 1. They go once again. Right behind them is the 2 Class B cars led there by Anthony Rumer from Emil Lange.
Yeah, Emil Lange getting the tail end wagging as he comes out of turn 1, but well, he's right in there where it counts. A lovely drive so far. Bit of understeer for the snap train car leading up front. That's Arno Engelbrecht behind the steering wheel. Probably the second season that he's campaigning now with that motor car. And sure, really getting on song with that. Even the likes of the King's Custom entry of James King doesn't have an answer for him at this stage of the fight.
Well, here they come out of turn number 2. The snap change BMW in P1, the King's Auto Body Shop in P2, and the Fastron Westcape Spares BM in that third position. That's the top 3. That's the first 3 on track. That's the Class A cars. Heading down the back main. Now at the last event, Emil Lange beat Anthony Rumer 4 out of 4 times. At this point in time, it is Rumer in the B division that sits there ahead of the Sean's Racing 822 BMW of Emil Lange. Into turn 1 they go now. Rumer wants to turn the tables around compared to the last event as they head down the back main into turn number 2. White flag comes out, start of the final lap.
Oh, Anthony Rumer just hold on to that inside line. Emil Lange doesn't seem to have enough variation on pace to be able to have a look around the outside. Anthony Rumer looking for a class win. Lange in late and hard. Hangs the tail end out, but it's all about the man up front, Arno Engelbrecht, that's coming around for the last time.
Checkered flag is out, and the snap change, 47, BMW Engelbrecht comes home in P1, followed there by James King, Ruan van der Walt, and this time it is Anthony Rumer that beats Emil Lange to the line for first position in the B division.
Poisonous mushroom, deadly. When I play a dope melody, anything less than the best is a felony. Love it or leave it. You better gain weight. You better hit bullseye. The kid don't play. If there was a problem.
It's one of the top runners out there. Jacques Kraus built a masterpiece. If it goes the way it looks and does everything it's supposed to, that's going to be a blindingly quick one. Andre du Toit, 1660 racer for many a year and a committee member as well. Chris Etzebeth. Luckily, nobody decided to buy that car, so we still got the opportunity to see Chris out there. Kayla Jones in the 86, that's the golden black one coming in at the tail end of the field. Jade Lynch eventually getting the Mazda, the Table Bay Roadworthy Mazda out on circuit. Motorsmart and Table Bay Roadworthy, the number 6. Renier Meyer in the 69. That's not a name that we're accustomed to, so welcome. It's nice of you to join us, Renier Meyer. Donnie van Niekerk in the Goodwood Body and Spray 9 car, one of the main circuit races that's linked to KPL drivers now as well. And then the blinding the quick Nicholas van Tonder. Frankie off the line.
Right, here we go. Purple Gorilla Project 1660s down into turn number 1. And watch out for Donnie van Niekerk sitting on the outside as Jacques Kraus followed there by Chris Etzebeth. That's first, second and third. Darren Baton, he's there in that 4th position. Don't count out the 17 of the toy. That's moving his way around on the outside. Here comes Nicholas van Tonder. He runs around the outside of Jade Lynch, and here comes Kayla Jones. Jones is now the second last car heading out of turn number 1, but it's all about Donnie van Niekerk. This man races in the Thunder Saloon cars at Killarney Main Circuit. He also took part last weekend in the the GTC in the Super Cup cars as they head out of turn number 1.
Jacques Kraus had them rack, packed and stacked. It's Baton Jr. that's worked his way through, but look at that. The quickest of the quick out there, Nicholas van Tonder already up into that 3rd position. Well, if anybody can go and fetch Donnie van Niekerk in the Goodwood Body and Spray, there is the 2 best candidates right in there behind him. Chris Etzebeth doing a pretty decent job. He'll more than likely work his way around the outside of Kraus. Unfortunately, our local resident committee member, Andre du Toit, slowing right down and looks like he's going to park it.
Heading back into turn number 1, Goodwood Body and Spray, Ford Fiesta of race leader Donnie van Niekerk, but the fight is on there behind him for that 2nd and 3rd position between Darren Baton and Nicholas van Tonder. Down the back man they go. Van Tonder seems to be quicker in the straighter line. Darren breaks a bit later, heading there into turn number 2. As van Niekerk works his way into turn number 1, here the 2 of them come, a bit of rubbing coming out of turn 2, bumpers flying. Well, that you could have expected. That was some serious rubbing midway through turn number 2. Down the back man they go, and eventually it's Van Tonder that gets his nose ahead of Baton, and they both now being caught by the 96 of Chris Etzebeth.
Well, Nicholas van Tonder was having a good go there at the tail end of Baton. Baton running him wide, and he just decided, well, if that's the way it's going to be, let's just remove some pieces off your car, and bumper went flying. Unfortunately, that type of motor car, the bumpers are very, very thin, go through a back and a front bumper most race meetings, but not a problem for Donnie van Niekerk, a Goodwood Body and Spray car from pole position leading out. He'll be hoping there's not too many laps still to go, because Nicholas van Tonder has now been released from Darren Baton. He is a little bit quicker than Darren Baton, but I must say, for a normal plain little tin top, Chris Etzebeth in the 96 just outside of the top 3.
Not doing half bad. There is Etzebeth in that 96 car as the leader works his way out of turn 1. Andre du Toit has stopped on the exit of turn number 1 with that 17 car of his. He's had problems out there from the get-go, seems to be completely out the way as Van Niekerk makes his way back down into turn number 1. Van Niekerk getting into turn 1, there's a bit of a gap before we see Van Tonder in that 2nd position, followed there by Baton in 3rd, and not too far behind him in P4, the 96 of Chris Etzebeth. And then Renier Meyer coming towards us, followed there by Jade Lynch as the white flag comes out for the leader, and then the number 4 there of Kayla Jones.
Yeah, not a happy outing with that car for Kayla Jones. Baton definitely battling with the 82 car, not on the pace that he normally is. And even at that pace, Chris Etzebeth is catching him. And with Chris Etzebeth catching him, he's still battling to hold on to the tail end. Donnie van Niekerk, Goodwood Body and Spray in the 9 car, takes away the win. Second through will be Nicholas van Tonder in the snap change car. Then Darren Baton in the 82, a good drive in the Motor Masters 96 there by Chris Etzebeth. And then Jade Lynch eventually getting past in the Table Bay and Motorsmart 6 Mazda just ahead there of Renier Meyer. A big thanks to all our class sponsors, the Stock Rods, Westcape Spares, Purple Gorilla Projects, the 1660s, Gamco Services on the 2.1s. Looking forward to that one. Roll Cage guys for the Super Saloons. They're busy lining up now to come out onto the track. Midgets, we're still looking for a sponsor for that one. Heavy Metals, Class A and B, Kings Customs and TTMS getting together on that one. Junior Developments, A and B, Full Boost Turbochargers alongside Wingfield Motors. And then, obviously, a big thanks to Westcape Space for the scaffolding, to Best Buy Doors, RGS Plumbing, Snap Change, and Goodwood Used Motors for making the live stream available to you guys at home. Gratis, free, and for neat. An opportunity to get more awareness out there for the KPL drivers. And then AMM Towing coming on board as well and doing the necessary towing services for us today.
Yeah, Goodwood Used Motor Spares. A big thanks there to Martin Veyes and his team, and then Kwesi Veyes and his team from Snap Change. And a big thanks to everybody else, as Gary was saying there, RGS Plumbing and Best Buy Boards, and then Westcape Spares, Greg and Roshan. A big thanks to you guys as well. And what you guys do for the commentary team for myself, Frankie Guinness, Gary Fleming, and for FC and Nivote as well. It's highly appreciated. And then again, a big thanks to Ruan, the man that's right here behind me, and Cornay that's there on the scaffolding, the gentleman of Promax Sound. A big thanks for them for the live stream. And then our photographers out there, there's about 4 of them out there. Janku Smith is out there, FC Nivote is out there, Uncle Colin Brown is out there, and Aubrey de Bruin. That's the 4 that I know of that's out on track. 4 of the very best you're going to find. And a big thanks to them as well. So Gary, lining up now is the Super Saloons, and they're sponsored by the Roll Cage guys. Not too many of them out there, only 4 cars out on track in this category. And as I look out the window there, I can just see them lined up. They're going to be making their way out onto the circuit the moment that they have cleaned up the track and taken that 1660 of Andre de Toy back to the pit area.
Well, then also Cape Agulhas Raceway and Klein Palace Mega have put up R1,000 each for the development Class A's and Class B's. And then Best Buy Doors, they've said they'll stick R100 in for anybody and everybody else that's out there in the classes as well. So big thanks to Best Buy Doors, Cape Agulhas Raceway and Klein Palace Mega for their involvement with that one.
Well, let's just go through a bit of the calendar, and the reason why, it's purely because that Promax Sound is going to be involved with the streaming for the next few events. Next weekend we go to Saldanha, to Vescus Oval, where the commentary team of Gary FC and myself will be there, and of course the entire Promax Sound will be live streaming that one. So a big thanks to them, a big thanks to Jean Favey and to Brendan Green and everybody out there in Saldanha. And then on the 25th we head to Cape Agulhas Raceway in Bredasdorp for club and regional racing between Cape Old Drivers, Cape Agulhas Raceway, and any other club that wants to enter as well. It is the TAR Regional Championship out there. Gary and myself will be out there, and Corneille and Ruan from Promax Sound will be joining us for that one. And then on the 2nd of October, we go to Mega Oval at Kleinplasie Showgrounds in Worcester for another second round of the 2021-2022 Club Championship, where Gary FC and myself will be involved there, as well as the Promax team of Corneille and Ruan van der Walt. So the entire team moving around together in all the ovals in the Cape and Boland areas. And while we're saying a big thanks to Snap Change, Kwesi and the team are also sponsoring the live stream at the Weskus Oval in Saldanha. So once again, a big thanks to Kwesi Weyers and his entire team at Snap Change. En Kwesi, as jy luister van ons kant af aan jou, baie, baie dankie.
Premiumbeat.com.
James King to the clerk of the course, please. James King to the clerk of the course, please.
Right, here we go with the roll cage guys. Super Saloons, only 4 of them out there on circuit. We've got Renette Rousseau, Jasper Tiaat, Karel van der Merwe, and then the 28 BMW of Clarence Smith. And that is a new driver car combination out there. It's the first time that Clarence is out on track. He used to do a lot of pit mechanic work for Denrich van Tonder, and used to assist Trappies on main circuit as well on many occasions out there. And it's lovely to see that Clarence is out on track. He's been threatening to come out on circuit for many a year. We've not seen him, and now the 28 BMW is out on the circuit for the first time. So welcome to the other side of the fence, Clarence. You are now on the track side of the fence.
Oh, I must say, Clarence, been around all the years, deserves to get a drive eventually, no doubt about it. So it's going to be Karel van der Merwe in the 74. I think that's the RX-8, if I got it correct.
Yep, that's the Mazda RX-8 that leads out of Karel van der Merwe. Then right in there behind him is Jasper Tiaat, followed there by Renette Rousseau in the 48. And then the 28 BMW of Clarence Smith.
Well, we missed out on the practice session because of the West Province Sports and DPI racing that we're involved with. So we haven't had a chance to see Clarence out on circuit. I must say the car looks pretty decent. And a nice little sticker job on there as well. And staying very much intact with the front 3.
But it's all about this man coming down towards us, representing Cape Agulhas Raceway. Jasper Tiaat sitting out there in P1. Then the Mazda RX-8 in that second position of Karel van der Merwe. Renette Rousseau in the Opel Record is holding her own there in that third position. And then right behind her, that's the roll cage guys, number 28 BMW of Clarence Smith, as they work their way out of turn 2. Leader heading into turn 1.
Oh, Renette Rousseau getting a bit of pace going with the 48 car. Looking pretty good, and Karel van der Merwe not getting away from her that easily.
Right, working his way out of turn number 2 is the BMW, the 46, the Mignano sponsored BMW of race leader Jasper Tiaat, working his way out of turn number 1, heading down the back main with the Karel van der Merwe in that second position. And yep, I'll tell you what, that Opel Record's got some speed and pace heading out of turn 1, going down the back main there in the hands of Renette Rousseau, followed there by Smith as the leader works his way back out of turn 1.
Looks like Renette's got a little bit of understeer in that motor car, but it's definitely going a whole heap quicker than what it was before. Got a bit of camber there on the front wheels as well. Jasper Tiaat, well, pretty much in a class of his own out there. The Mignano mechanical and engineering sponsored car, head of the RX-8 of Karel van der Merwe. Then it's Renette Rousseau, West Province Motor Club, good day, in the 48 car. And then welcome to the other side of motorsport. Instead of fixing people's cars, actually going out there and having a bit of fun himself, Clarence Smith, welcome.
Right, that was the opening race of the Super Saloons class sponsored by the Roll Cage guys.
Well, here we go, 2.1 Gamco Services Modified Saloons out on circuit, and this is going to be a goodie. This is one of the super duper quick classes. You don't just arrive at KPL drivers with a 2.1 and give the boys and the girls a hiding. John O'Bayton, been out there for numerous seasons, always a top 3 runner. Daniela D'Souza, ex-SA title holder. Mark Fontini, current SA title holder. And that car of Mark Fontini that comes from the Forster Motorsport Group up in Gauteng, who had a chat with Donovan Forster Jr. And well, he's knows the history of that Fontini motor car, and wow, it's super duper quick. Eugene Grissom last meeting was blindingly quick with that motor car. He hasn't completed his new car yet, but once the new car is completed, hopefully we'll see Richard Grissom out in the car that Eugene's campaigning right now. Hani Hanekom had a good session at the first post-winter session. Ayrton Martinengo in the 12 car. Guido Sorotti in the 40. Is Guido out there? Yes, he is on the spot. Same sponsor probably for 1.5 decades on that motor car. And then Yuri Swart in the 139. That's the father of Umpi Swart, the man that's lying second overall behind Leighton Fourie in the National Polo Cup Series.
Well, spot the difference on the recent car compared to last event. Gary, let's see how... You said Afrikaans, hoe oplettend was jy met die laaste bijeenkomst?
Well,
Something has changed back to its original color on that 5 car.
Orange bumpers.
That's it, you picked it up. It was pink bumpers for the ladies at the last event, seen that August was Ladies Month, and he's changed those bumpers back to the original color of orange, as he and Ayrton Martinengo and Daniela de Souza, they are the first 3 cars heading down the back pan. They're joined there by John Baton, by the Italian Stallion, Guido Sorotti, Mark Fontini, Yuri Swart, and Hani Hanekom.
Swap of cars between Ayrton and his father at the previous meeting. Ayrton continuing with a 12 car. Daniela de Souza knows that it's going to be a hard run up front. There she's got John O'Bayton. Oh, she touches on Eugene Grissom, almost turns him sideways, backs out of it to make sure he doesn't turn around, and costs herself a position as John O'Bayton says, well, if you give a little bit of a gap, I'll come through. And Mark Fontini coming through as well. Yuri Swart being knocked to the outside by Daniela de Souza, and he finds himself now on the outside of Hani Hanekom.
Well, with the headsets on, I couldn't pick up who that was, but somebody sounded very rough coming down into turn number 1.
I think it's Guido.
Could be. It is Ayrton Martinengo, the Gamco Services and Hippomix car sits out there in P number 1. Then it's the RGR Racing. Yes, it is. It's Sorotti's car that sounds very rough. Then it's Eugene Grissom in that second position. They're getting away there from John O'Bayton, but don't forget about that number 11 car of Mark Fontini sitting out there in P4. He wants to try and move his way through. Right behind him, it's Daniela de Souza, followed there behind him, Hani Hanekom, and right behind him is the 139 of Yuri Swart.
Well, barring the misfire on Guido Sorotti's on the spot car, they would be all a line astern. Even Mark Fontini sitting there in that 4th position has not got an answer right now. John O'Bayton definitely quicker this meeting than the previous meeting. As we know, Eugene Grissom, he pulls away at the front. You don't catch him very easily, but you could see Daniela de Souza was aware of the fact that Ayrton Martinengo was with the car that was driven by his dad on that pole position, and she knew if he gets away, it's going to be very difficult to catch with getting knocked from behind and losing out. She's now finding herself in that 5th position and not getting away from Hani Hanekom either.
Right down the back, man, they go. There is nothing between these 7 cars working their way out of turn number 2. It is Ayrton Martinengo in P1, the RGR Racing course of Eugene Grissom in that 2nd position, followed there by the 46 Tigra of John Baton. Right on his case is the 11 of Mark Fontini. Hani Hanekom looked around the outside of the 129 of de Souza, and he might lose that position to to Yuri Swart. Yuri working him out the way now. He doesn't want to end stone last. Up in the inside there of Hanekom goes the 139 of Swart, and he sits in there now behind the 129 of de Souza.
Mark Fontini gets a little bit of a nudge from behind from Daniela de Souza, saying, remember, you're the guy that knocked me out of line earlier on. Here's one back to you. John O'Bayton all over the back bumper of the Richard Grissom Repairs car of Eugene. Eugene is just that little bit quicker than what John O'Bayton is, and John can't really apply pressure onto Eugene. Eugene is in turn applying pressure there to the Hippomix 12 car of Ayrton Martinengo.
Out of turn number 1 they go. Well, problems here for the 139 and the 129. That is Swart and de Souza as the white flag has come out. That's the last lap coming up now for the 4 of them heading out of turn number 2. Into turn number 1 they go. And it's all about Ayrton Martinengo sitting out there. That is heading down the back lane in that number 12. But the fight is on here for that 2nd, 3rd and 4th position. It is Grissom It is Baton and it's Fontini, Gary, as they head to the checkered flag.
Oh, I'll tell you what, Ayrton Martinengo, and it's going to be Baton that makes it just ahead of Grison and Fontini. Honey Honeycomb in the Goodwood Body and Spray 70 coming through behind that. That was a brilliant piece of driving there by John Baton coming around the outside line. Well, when he went, he knew he had to keep it going because it was closed off by Fontini very, very quickly. So it was a case of if you go for it, you're either going to make it or you're going to lose out. Well, he made it, got that second position. A good drive there by Ayrton Martinengo, favoring the car that was previously driven by his father. And, well, he's driven one meeting with that. That's the second meeting that we see him here at KPL Drivers with that specific motor car. And, well, quick enough to start on pole and end with the checkered flag in front of him. Right, here we go with the West Cape Spare Stock Rods, the most highly populated grouping that we have here and at most circuits is in fact, I think it's Michael Paxton that's not out there in the 55.
He didn't sign in, so he's not racing today because Chris is racing as well.
All right, so it's the 4 that leads them around. That's Adrian Ruthenberg, the 48 that's in there behind that. That's Heinrich van Rijn, the 55 on the outside of the second row. That's in fact not Michael Paxton. It's Chris Etzebeth that's riding that car. Then the ambassador, the 78 of Sergio Abrams, a man that's always top 3 or at least top 5 regional and club level. Then we got, I see Matthew van Dorpies in there, Grant McLean. It's Kayla Jones that sits 4th row on the outside. Gary van Dijk on the inside of that. The white flag is being held out for them. Kayla Jones sticks her hand out and says, whoa, Den Ries, not yet, not yet. Coming off the back of the pack will be Michelle Brunt, and then only one of the two Britain comes out there. That's the 191 of Edmund that's made it out on track. There was, in fact, JP and Edmund were entered. JP did not come and sign in, so probably problems with that motor car. But it's going to be good stuff. Look at that. Ruthenberg up front. The pressure's on. Heine van Rijn right in there behind him.
Right, the clerk of the course sends them on their way, and it is Etzebeth that gets the whole shot. Kayla Jones on the dirt all over the place. She rejoins. She'll lose a lot of positions out there. But it's Etzebeth down the back main. Here comes the ambassador, Sergio Abrams, in that second position. Heine van Rijn coming through into third. Ruthenberg drops down into P4. Has got Gary van Dijk on his outside. Remember that Ruthenberg had engine problems out at the last event, and they had to get that one sorted out. Danish van Tonder making his way up into that fourth position, and as he so does, Sergio Abrams slowing down on the back main, and problems out there for the 78.
Kayla Jones and Matthew van Dorp going off on the far side, and that brings out the full course yellow. I'm going to hazard a guess that that is a CV joint problem once again for Sergio Abrams, but I'm purely guessing, just looking at the history of what's happened with that motor car recently. But it looks like Matthew van Dorp and Kayla Jones have tangled pretty badly on the far side. Not sure if either of those cars are going to make it back out on circuit. Looks like Kayla is trying to get back up onto the track. Let's hope that everything is okay with both of those motor cars. But Matthew's car looks like it's got right-hand front suspension damage. And yeah, the Goodwood Body and Spray guys reacting and going to see if they can help Matthew.
Big thanks out there to Brandon Herring. He is our breakdown driver for the day. Tristan Bland, that's the other man. Couldn't think of Tristan's name there for a moment.
Talking about the dangerous duo.
Oh, I'll tell you what, that is definitely the dangerous duo. And I'll tell you what, I salute Brandon and Tristan. They do excellent work out there with the breakdown services here. And a big thanks to both Tristan and to Brandon for doing breakdown duty. They are one of 2 breakdown services. AMM Towing is the other one. But a big thank you there to Tristan and to Brandon.
So the 55 of Paxton standing on the front row of the grid with Chris Etzebeth bedecked with the helmet and racing overalls. And he's going to be campaigning that car today. Heine van Rijn had a brilliant outing at the previous meeting. Finds himself in 2nd position. And then nice to see Den Ries van Tonder back out there again. And, well, he worked his way from the tail end of the field right up to 3rd position already. So I'm pretty sure that when Chris Etzebeth and Heine van Rijn look in the mirror and they see that blue mean machine in there behind them, they'll be very aware of the fact that he's got into there already and will keep an eye on him. Gary van Dijk, well, he had lots of problems with that 38 Opel in the beginning of his racing career. He's got it all sorted out and has put in a couple of sterling events recently.
Well, he's improving that 38 Opel Corsa of his race event after race event. As Edmund Bredenkamp circulating, he might have clutch issues with his car.
And Kayla's just climbed out of the car on the far side. She stayed in the car all along, so she was obviously fairly confident to get going again, and she's now climbed out. So that pretty much exclusion then from being able to continue in heat number 1 for the Westcape Spares stock rod class.
Well, it's a pity. It's a very competitive class. As he's both the breakdown and the flatbed is out there. The breakdown for Kayla Jones and the flatbed for Matthew van Dorp. And I was actually having a chat to Matthew van Dorp in the pit area before the event got underway. And I said to him, man, congratulations for the last event. 4 races, 4 finishes. You've got over that first hurdle, I said. So take it baby steps at a time. And he said to me he was going to. And unfortunately, that situation between himself and Kayla Jones happened there on the back straight. And just one of those things. So let's hope that they can at least get the car sorted out for the rest of the event. Well, both of them for the rest of the event.
Nothing obvious on Kayla's car at this stage of the fight. We'll have a closer look when it comes around. Obviously, damage to the front end of that motor car. Let's try and see when it comes around. We can try and get an indication of what is actually wrong. There's a whole heap of camber on that left-hand front, and it looks like it might have been pushed back a little bit as well. So definitely left-hand front suspension and left-hand front corner damage on that motor car. I'm pretty sure that the Jones clan will have a spare left front hub and shock absorber available, and I'm pretty sure you'll see that car out for heat number 2.
Well, it's all thumbs for Sergio Abrams, a man that does so much for oval track racing in the Western Cape and the entire country for that matter. And he organized that a couple of the mega oval cars come down, and now he is the man that is taking the 78 Snap Change sponsored Golf back to the pit area, and let's hope that whatever the problem he's got, he will sort it out. Cross Cape Forklift Services on the side of the Golf 2 there of Edmund Bredenkamp. I know somebody on my right-hand side that many years ago was also sponsored by a forklift company.
Sure, now you're going back to 2001.
Yeah, 20 years.
2 decades. It feels even longer than what it sounds.
Yeah, that's, of course, Mr. Gary Fleming, that when he made his debut was sponsored. Gary, I can't even remember the name of the forklift company anymore. It's 20 years ago. But he was one of your major sponsors back in the day.
Yeah, my memory also. I'm also trying to think now. It was something forklifts.
Yeah.
CW forklift, something like... 2 decades, a long time. Can't even remember what I had for breakfast, but I do know the 55 cars normally driven by Michael Paxton. Today, it's Chris Etzebeth with the Westcape sticker on the front left-hand fender and the Snap Change sticker on the left-hand back fender. So Westcape Spares being the class sponsor, that's why the Westcape Spares sticker is on the left front fender, or should be on the left front fender of all of the cars. I see Heine van Rijn does not have his one on. So it'd be nice if the scrutineers can ensure that all the class sponsors are clearly indicated on the left front fenders of all of the cars. Well, it looks like left-hand front also on the
Van Dorp car.
Yeah, on the Matthew van Dorp car, there's also quite a bit of damage to that front suspension. Well, here we go. The white flag's been held out. Our rallycross hero down on the start-finish line, Sean Cope, is the flagman today alongside the Dolphin, Phil Herald.
Right, so into turn number 1 they go, getting ready for the restart. Chris Etzebeth leads Heine van Rijn out of turn number 1, leads Dennis van Tonder, Gary van Dijk, Michelle Brandt, followed there by Edmund Bredenkamp, Grant McLean, and Adrian Ruthenberg. Those are the cars that we've got left. A big thanks there to Greg and Russian from Westcape Motor and Bucky Spares, Blackheath, the sponsor here at CHD for this class. Oh, and already Van Rijn is muscling the back end of the Etzebeth car out the way. Michelle Brun says, well, you guys fight, I'm going to have a go. Dennis van Tonder says, no, I'm going to have a move up on the inside there. And he moves up ahead there. Oh, Van Rijn, and coming through with him as well is the 15 of Lady Racer, Michelle Brun.
Yeah, the Lady Racer saw the gap was coming, closed up onto the back of Denrich van Tonder. So from the back of the pack, Chris Etzebeth looks up into the mirror and he'll see, well, this is the biggest contender that I have out there. In fact, the two biggest contenders, Lineston behind him in Michelle Brunt, committee member, and Lady Racer, mother, wife. Well, she does it all, advertising, motivation, and she's brilliant out there behind the steering wheel of the 15 car, in there behind Denrich van Tonder, and it looks like Adrian Ruthenberg's got problems with the power supply on the 4 car.
Coming out of turn number 2, heading towards us, the 55, driven today by Chris Etzebeth, sits out there in P1, followed there by Dennis van Tonder, and here comes Michelle Brandt, Annie Brandt Racing. He's there in that 3rd position. Look at Bredenkamp. Edmund Bredenkamp in the 191 has moved up there into that 4th position. He's gone past Van Dijk and he's gone past Van Rijn, and leaving them behind as he chases down Van Tonder and Brunt into turn number 1. And all 3 of them are chasing the 55 of Etzebeth down the back straight.
Well, I tell you what, if anybody's on the move, it's Edmund Bredenkamp. He's definitely closing on the back of Denrich and the 15 of Michelle Brunt. Chris Etzebeth's got enough pace at this stage of the fight to stay away from Denrich van Tonder, but Denrich has to cover the line. If he doesn't, he's going to have Michelle Brunt sticking the nose up on the inside. So keep an eye on the Edmund Bredenkamp, the black with the silver tail end with a red stripe in between, as Grant McLean takes it off onto the infield.
Right, yeah, they come out of turn number 2, and it's all about Chris Etzebeth in that 55, trying to get away from the 44 of Dennis van Tonder. Now Michelle Brunt decides to try and drive around him on the outside, but van Tonder's got the line covered down the back main. He pulls a half a car length on her as they work their way into turn number 2, and catching both of them is the Edmund Bredenkamp Golf 2. Out of turn 2 they come now, the 44, the 15 and the 191, sitting 2nd, 3rd and 4th out of turn number 1, and they're all chasing the 55 of Etzebeth into turn 2.
The last gasp effort there, and down the back main, Michelle Brunt on the outside line. She knows Edmund's coming. If she's going to have a go at Denrich, she's going to have to do it now, because Edmund's going to close that line off pretty quickly. Hard on the brakes and trying to outbrake, but you're not going to outbrake Denrich van Tonder that easily. The car hops pretty heavily on the apex of the corner, but takes a good drive out of the corner. Michelle Brunt has decided, well, not going to worry about Edmund Bredenkamp. It's all or nothing to get around Denrich. She wants that 2nd place. It's Chris Etzebeth, Denrich van Tonder, and Michelle Brunt just ahead there of Edmund Bredenkamp. Gary van Dijk in the 38 coming through behind that. A struggling Heine van Rijn he's still a lap ahead of Adrian Ruthenberg, and the 2 of them will both pick up points, albeit the fact that they're running pretty slowly at the moment to try and complete this one. But whatever the problems are, hopefully they can get it sorted out. Heine van Rijn was pretty quick earlier on, but yeah, definitely a bit of contact with that motor car on 2 different occasions, and that's created a much slower end result for him.
Poisonous mushroom deadly. When I play a dope melody, anything less than the best is a felony. Love it or leave it. You better gain weight. You better hit bullseye. The kid don't play. If there was a problem.
Premiumbeat.com. 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 Premiumbeat.com.
Right, so we're back with the midgets once again. And a big thanks to the midgets from Cape Agulhas Raceway for coming to join us today. Only 3 of them came out for race number 1. I see 2 of them out on the track for this one. That is Zim Geldenhuys and then the 11 of Des Netling. They are the 2 midgets out there on track. Waldo Trita, let's have a look, see if they can get that car out. That car has not moved from the midget pits yet. So that is the 2 midgets we see out there on track. We'll have a look, see are they going to get that other one out. It doesn't seem so. No, that car seems to be out. I see people waving their arms there in the midget pit, so I think that might just be the end of that. As the 2 midgets work their way into turn number 1. And we're going to get them going shortly. The white flag will be shown to these 2 midgets. Sadly, we've only got 2 of them out there. The number 9 has picked up problems. So we're now sitting with the 10 and the 11 out on track of Zim Geldenhuys in car number 10 and Des Netling in number 11. Those are the 2 midgets we've got left heading into turn number 1. So sadly, only 2 of them out the 3, but at least we've got some midgets out here at Cape Rail Drivers. We haven't had midgets race here in a period of time. So down the back straight they go. As they are side by side, we're going to get them going shortly as they make their way into turn 2. So not quite yet. Clock of the call, but there we go. Sean Cope waves the flag and right on the line, catching both these drivers out rather unexpectedly, are the midgets as they exit turn number 1. Down the back main they go, and we'll have a look, see, it's the number 11 that sits out there in P1. That is Des Netling, and he's been chased there by the 10 of Zim Geldenhuys. All 3 of these cars, only 2 on the track, but all 3 of them are sponsored by Zim Geldenhuys. They even got Zim Geldenhuys' color scheme on all 3 of the midgets. Sadly, as I said, Waldo Trita not making it out onto the track for the second midget race. So there's Neetling sitting out there in P1 with Zim Geldenhuys in that second place, and Zim needs to get a bit of a move on because he's a lot quicker than what you're seeing him out there on track. There he climbs on the gas. Almost seems like he doesn't want to have a go at the 11 as they exit turn number 2 to come around and start another lap. So will he have a go? If he decides to have a go, when will it be? Heading out of turn number 1, working their way down the back straight. And now he sits on the outside. Is going to have a go sometime. He's Zim Geldenhuys. It's almost like synchronized swimming as they come out of the second corner, with the one not wanting to give anything to the other one. As they exit turn number 1 and work their way down the back straight and into the second corner. Out of the second corner, they come now to get the white flag for the final lap. Well, Zim Geldenhuys will have to pull the plug sooner or later as he works his way out of turn number 1 down the back main. Right, down the back main they go. It seems that he's going to settle for that second position, handing the win there to the number 11 of Des Neetling.
Well, that was the second race for the midget class. Unfortunately, just 2 of the 3. But a big thanks to the guys from Bredasdorp, the Cape Agulhas Raceway, for sending their vehicles through to us. Right, attention in the pit area. Kayla Jones looking for a left front hub. Any of the Mark 1 Golf drivers, a left front hub to help to get Kayla Jones back out on circuit again. Asseblief enigeen van die manne met 'n Mark 1 Golf, soek asseblief left hand front hub for Kayla Jones.
Right, here we go with the Junior Development Minis sponsored by Wingfield Motors and the A Division sponsored there by Full Boost Turbochargers. Only 5 of them out on track. Once again, Weerma van der Merwe Jr. not out, so clearly permanent problems out there for the Weerma's motorcycle motorcar, as he's not come out onto the track for any of his races, as a matter of fact. So let's have a look, see who's going to be up front. Christophe Etzebeth and Alonso Picard. On the front row of the grid, then it's Lisa Loubser, Tamika van Niekerk, and the new lady racer out there, that is the Van der Westhuizen lass, that is Tatum van der Westhuizen, and we have lost Stacey Loubser. Yeah, we've only got one of the Unos out on track. Stacey Loubser not out there. Stacey Loubser in the number 8 car, not out on circuit for this one. So we are down to 5 of them.
Remember, it was smoking towards the end. She was doing very well halfway through heat number 1. Started to smoke lightly from the exhaust itself, and then she slowed it down. So, yeah. And I see Weerma Jr.'s car has just been hand pushed out of the pit area, so he's definitely out for the rest of the day.
And I've just been informed by the lap scorers, I didn't pick that up, the number 7 Mini of Connor Boys not out on the track neither, so we've lost quite a few of them as the Wamsa flag goes down, and away we go into turn number 1. This should be easy pickings for Christophe Etzebeth. Down the back main, Etzebeth goes there with Alonso Picard in that second position. They're getting away now from the B division drivers. Here comes from the 102 coming through there. That is Tamika van Niekerk. Couldn't think of a name there for a split second. Tamika van Niekerk sitting out there in P1. in the B division. Lisa Loubser in second. Now that number 19 car is also slowing down, and Tatum van der Westhuizen has a look around her on the outside of turn 1.
Well, making the first ever passing maneuver, Tatum van der Westhuizen taking advantage of the 19 car that's slaying. So Tatum van der Westhuizen, where does she hail from? Her father, George, is in charge of the workshop at Goodwood Body and Spray. George has been there all the years. That's his granddaughter, Tatum, that's out there on circuit, and fantastic to see her out and getting an opportunity to go and race as well.
Well, nobody at this point in time is going to challenge the Volkswagen Fox of race leader Christoph Etzebeth as he heads down the back straight, pulling away there from the snap change Golf of Alonso Picard. Well, this is exactly what Alonso needs, getting accustomed to the Golf after migrating from the Mini into the Golf as she puts a lap there on Van der Westhuizen. Van der Westhuizen holds a line as Picard makes her way through. But the overall leader heading into turn 2, the Volkswagen Fox of Christoph Etzebeth.
Well, not a great day for the Loubser lasses. One of them not making it out for heat number 2, and the 19 that's out there right now just literally circulating and trying to pick up a result as such. So definitely not a happy car driver combination, and being passed is not fun out there on circuit whatsoever. Tamika van Niekerk in the 102, going from strength to strength, getting quicker and quicker, and probably is the car driver combination to catch now in the Class B developments.
Right, so the white flag has come out for the final lap for Etzebeth and for Picard. And here comes your overall B division leader, the Goodwood Body and Spray Works Mini of Tamika van Niekerk as she comes around to start her last lap. The checkered flag comes out for Christoph Etzebeth and for Alonso Picard. They finish first and second in the A division. The winner of the B division heading into turn number 2, and that is Tamika van Niekerk as she brings the 102 car home to the checkered flag. Tatum van der Westhuizen will finish a lap down, but in that second position, and it will be Lisa Loubser in the 19 that limps across the line in third position.
Oh, she's definitely trying to save that motor car to make sure she can get out onto the circuit again. So you can see the experience starting to come through with the youngsters, having been out there on circuit for a good couple of races, realizing when something is not right and trying to minimize the amount of damage that gets done while they're out there on track. Right, here we go with the heavy metal class out on circuit. Heavy metals A sponsored by King's Customs, and heavy metal B by TTMS. That's Mario Tito himself. So it's going to be the Fastron, Pertamina, Westcape Spares, Ruan van der Walt on P1 pole position, King's Auto Body, and sponsor of the class, James King, on the front row of the grid alongside him.
Right, here we go down the back straight. I know that the West Cape Spares people is here. Rosher McCree and the guys, they have come down to join us as one of the major sponsors, as it is indeed the Pertamina Fastron and West Cape Spares BMW of Ruan van der Walt that leads him out at turn number 1, but James King in that second position, followed there by the 47 of Engelbrecht. He had problems steering that motor car in the opening heat. He still came up here to tell Gary what the problem was. But he sits there in that third position, ahead of the B Division leader, Emil Lange, followed there by Anthony Rumer.
Well, the Westcape Spears car up front, and I think he's pretty much got his hammer down and looking for starting from pole, winning this one. He knows that there's a bit of a gap already between himself and Arno Engelbrecht, who's probably, if anybody's going to be able to catch him, it's going to be Arno Engelbrecht in the snap change car. He is a little bit quicker than what James King is, but not enough between the two of them for him to get past easily. He now squeezes it up the inside. James King fights back.
Well, as it was a bit of a serious rubbiness racing going on there between the 47 and the 7 coming out of turn 1 a lap ago, and that has now gone and put the 7 of King down in that third position. The 47 of Engelbrecht has therefore moved up into that second place. James King coming right back there at Arno Engelbrecht as they head into turn number 1. They've been chased down there by the Sean's Racing sponsored BMW of Emil Lange and Anthony Rumer out of turn number 1. But right now it's all about the West Cape Motor Spares and Pertamina Fostron BMW with 1 lap to go of Ruan van der Walt.
Right, he just pinned his ears back, and I think Arno Engelbrecht realized he had to get past James King kind of quickly. I think that's why he roughed King up a little bit. He could see that that car in front was getting away, and well, his guess was 100% correct. It's going to be Ruan that's going to take the checkered flag.
Van der Walt comes home in P1. The fight's on for second, but it does go to Arno Engelbrecht in second, James King in third. Winning the B Division this time around is Emil Lange from Anthony Rumer.
James King decides if you can stick the tail end out, so can I. And yeah, that's the way they end. Ruan van der Walt from Arno Engelbrecht from James King. And then coming through behind that, the B Division, Anthony Rumer having to be happy with that second place behind Emil Lange in the Sean's 22 car. So, having taken some photos out there, the man from Yostas, alle Rage Productions, alle Rage Racing, alle upcoming racing driver, otherwise known as Frikkie vir 'n Rukkie. Yeah, everybody else knows him as FC Nieuwoud. FC, hoe gaan het?
Hallo Frikkie.
Hallo julle. Hartlike goeiemiddag van my kant af FC Nieuwoud. Ja, ek is hier by die baan saam met julle vandag. Bietjie diens agter die kamera vandag, maar kom ons doen sommer gou lekker hierdie 1660 wedren. Die tweede eiden vir die dag vir die 1660s en Nicholas van Tonder wat die tweede gekom het daar in die eerste eiden. Hy is die eerste man uit op die baan in daai snap change Goodwood Used Motor Spares Zak Groenewald Motors nommer 27 Golfie.
I see that the toy, Andre, has joined us for the second one, Gaza, after getting a DNF out there in race number 1.
Yeah, the Torque Lubricants and Protec car looks like he's going to be on the second row of the grid behind Nicholas van Tonder. It looked like Baton Jr. was going to be on the second row. Andre de Toy making it out onto the track. A lovely drive by the Goodwood Body and Spray car of Dani van Niekerk. Kayla Jones getting the 4 car back out on track. But FC, nice to see Mr. Kraus in the 111, an utterly immaculate build, that motor car. We've seen a lot of it on Facebook, and he did a pretty decent job there for heat number 1.
Yeah, heat number 1 went pretty well for him until some other problem sneaked in. I think he made contact with Chris Etzebeth of all people, and that put him off the circuit with about 1 or 2 laps to go. But they are not yet under starters' orders. They have got 1 more lap to go. Not the correct grid positions here is the message we're getting. So Van Tonder out there in pole position. Behind him, the number 17 of Andre de Toy. It must be Darren Baton that's supposed to be... Yeah, Andre de Toy seems to be the man out of position there, ahead of Darren Baton. The red flag is going to come out, and the clock of the course is going down there to put them in their correct positions. Well, yeah, John O'Baton's supposed to be on second. The person that has mixed that one up is Kayla Jones, who's supposed to be on pole position, but with the promise that she has with that number 4 car at this stage, has requested to start the race at the back end of the field. So Chris Etzebeth not supposed to be in the right position.
Well, let's have a look. See there, FC. Apparently, there are a few cars that are still in the incorrect position. The lap scoring ladies are running down to tell Sean Copers walking out there on track to have look see exactly who's going to be where. So our clerk of the course, Mr. Phil Herald, one of our senior clerks of the course. As a matter of fact, Phil got the 20-year plus good service at the Western Province Motor Club last year. And I tell you what, Phil Herald is one of our top COCs in the country. He also does the drag COCs. He's also our motorcycle COC at Main Circuit. He's an established oval track COC. And many years ago at Cape Hall Drivers at Goodwood Showgrounds, Phil used to race in the 8-cylinder class as well. And a pretty decent 8-cylinder driver was Phil as well. I remember as a high school kid, I used to watch Phil race there at Goodwood Showground days. And always had very neat racing cars, did Phil Herald. Right. So the 27 is there in pole position. That is Nicholas van Tonder. On his outside there is Darren Baton. Then we see the Torque Lubricants number 17. That is the Renault Clio of Andre de Toy. Then the Mazda 323 Table Bay Roadworthy. That's Jade Lynch. The 96 is Chris Etzebeth. The number 9 Goodwood Body and Spray Works is Dani van Niekerk, Renier Meyer, Kayla Jones, and the 111 of Jacques Kraus.
Us coming off the tail end of the field like that, I'd like to have seen him more in the pack. Kayla Jones, who would have been pole position, said, no, let me rather start at the back. Problems with that motor car. Nicholas van Tonder, FC, off the starting line, will probably get the whole shot, but Baton's right there with him.
Ja, Darren Baton daar reg by. Nicholas van Tonder is as van Tonder daar in die eerste posisie, 'n vasklou aan daai plek met Baton in die tweede plek. Hier kom Andre de Toy. Hy probeer sy neus in die binnekant inkry daar van Baton, maar Baton wat net partytjie deur toe maak daar agter de Toy is dit Jade Lynch, gevolg daar deur Chris Etzebeth, Dani van die Kerk en dan is dit Renier Meyer, Kayla Jones en Jacques Kraus.
And problems out there in turn 1 for the Table Bay Roadworthy Centre Mazda of Jade Lynch. There was body panels flying out there in turn 1 as well. Once again, Kraus slowing down on the back main as Nicholas van Tonder leads him into turn 1 with Darren Baton in that second position, and this time a far better outing there by the 17 Renault Clio of Andre de Toy.
I hazard a guess it was Chris Etzebeth at a light tip on the right back corner of Jade Lynch. He just buried the accelerator and spun it around. Nicholas van Tonder starting in P1 pole position with Darren Baton. Well, they were always going to be the two quickest out there. Nice to see that Andre de Toy's car is sorted out. But remember, all three of them are under a lot of pressure because the man that won heat number 1 is 4th overall in that queue.
Ja, Dani van die Kerk wat sit daar in daai vierde posisie. Heelwat 'n entjie terug agter daai voorste 3 manne, maar hy het die eerste wedren gewen met 'n geweldige voorloop voor die ander van hulle. As Kayla Jones in die buitekant sit daar van Renier Meyer, maar Meyer is die een wat sy neus ingekry daarso en maak dinge baie moeilik daar vir Jones in die nommer 4 kar as hulle deur die Wingfield Motors draai gaan.
Right out of turn number 1 goes your race leader, that 27 Golf, the snap change Golf of race leader Nicholas van Tonder. Into turn 2, Nicky van Tonder comes, heading back down towards us, running down into turn 1. Right behind him is the 82 of Darren Baton, the Torque Lubricants Renault Clio in 3rd position of Andre de Toy, and he's been closed up heavily there by the Goodwood Body and Spray Works Ford Fiesta of Dani van Niekerk as the 4 of them work their way out of turn 2.
Well, any chance for Dani van Niekerk to close up on the back of Andre de Toy is starting to tick away as the laps are ticking away pretty quickly. Pretty much equidistance between 1st and 2nd, 3rd and 4th position, although Chris Etzebeth looks like he might be a tad quicker than what he was earlier on, and he almost looks like he's closing up on the back of race number 1 winner, Dani van Niekerk.
Ja, die 96 van Chris Etzebeth wat
Oh, big blow!
Groot opblaas daar vir Andre de Toy as daar baie rook uit daai nommer 17 'n Cleo uitkom en dit maak dit waarheid op hierso, want nou dit beteken dat Dani van Niekerk opskuif in die derde posisie en daar agter Darren buiten. Die wit vlag is uit, Frankie. Is die laaste ronde vir Van Tonder buiten en Van Niekerk.
Right out of turn 1 they go. There's less than a half a lap left now for Nicholas van Tonder. Into turn 2 he goes. As the two slower cars heading to turn 1, the checkered flag comes out. Snap change. Nicholas van Tonder P1. Darren Baton coming home second. Goodwood Body and Spray Works. Dani van Niekerk crossing the line in third position. And then the 96 of Chris Etzebeth finishing on the lead lap. Here comes the Tigra of Kayla Jones. And then the Mazda 323 of Jade Lynch.
So FC, while you are here by us, debut 4 weeks back on Yo Stasi. 2 shows in, you get offered a Tuesday and a Thursday shot as well. And yeah, I see a lot of ladies, I mean people that are linking up with the show and sending messages through to you.
Ja, ag wat soos ek sê, ons is redelik besig daarso, hulle hou my op my tone veral op 'n Vrydag aand met die versoektyd. So wat lekker is ek meen daar waar jy Vrydag aand braai of kuier of werk aan jou resieskar vir die Saterdag, kan jy inskakel op www.joustasie.net en kan jy daarso enige versoek vir ons daar insit vir wat jy wil luister en dan ook redelik besig op 'n Dinsdag en Donderdagmiddag van 3 tot 6.
He doesn't need Tinder. Gary's got the radio station.
There we go. That's a thought. And then obviously Rage Productions doing the necessary sticker work and what have you. And motivational advertising for numerous companies. The man's kind of busy.
Yeah, yeah, you know, it helps keep you young or old, depends on how you look at it.
Does it keep you young or does it make you old? I think it'll make you
old. It
old.
makes me old. But yeah, some exciting projects in the pipeline for Rage Productions. One of those being a certain big man who's becoming very scared leading up to the next Acclaim Class Hero sitting here to my right.
Cautious.
Yeah. People, jokes aside, FC Nieuwoudt's doing extremely well for himself, and big thanks to the owners of Yo Stasi, Royas, that he's giving FC a chance. And from our side to Royas, thank you. It's the reason why I said what I said earlier is because FC, now you can get your name out there. And if anybody deserves a shot at anything higher, it's definitely you.
Thank you very, very much, guys. Yeah, and wonderful to be here at Cape Hall Drivers. A big thank you to the guys from Snap Change, Kwesi Veyers and his team for the sponsorship of the live streaming. And obviously Promax Sound, Corneille van Niekerk and Rowan van Niekerk, the whole team, they in charge of that live stream. Also with the live streaming sponsors, AGS Plumbing and Best Buy Doors. A big, big thanks to them. And then of course Roshan and the guys from West Cape Spares, they're sitting to our right here for the scaffolding for the live stream equipment.
One thing we haven't mentioned is Promax Sound's going to be joining us down at Vescus, Frankie, as well.
Yeah, the whole team of Ruan and Corneille, Gary, FC and myself will be at the Vescus Oval next weekend at Saldanha. And then the entire team moves to Cape Agulhas Raceway, Bredasdorp 1 week later for the regionals. And then a week after that, the whole team goes back to Mega Oval Worcester for round 2 of the 2021-22 Club Championship season. So the entire team of myself, Gary, FC, Corneille, Ruan, we basically move around together as a team where we possibly can. So the roll cage guys, Super Saloons out on track, and Jasper Tiat in the BMW, sponsored there by Magnano Mechanical and Engineering. He won the opening race, and Karel van der Merwe finished in second, Renette Rousseau finished in third, and Clarence Smith finished in that fourth position. That's how they ended in race number 1. And they're all out there again in the second race of the Super Saloon, sponsored by the Roll Cage guys.
Folks on top of the grandstand, please wear your masks. Folks on top, I so believe. Thank you very much.
And then also a urge for the people on the grandstands to please sit on the seats as the lap scoring people on my right hand side, they cannot see the cars coming out of the pit corner. So ons vra vir julle almal wat hier wettiglik is, asseblief sit en moenie teen die kant van die paviljoene staan, die boonste gedeelte van die paviljoene staan nie, asseblief, dankie.
Is that your word for the day, wettiglik?
Dis die Afrikaanse woord van die dag. Ons gaan nog 'n Engelse woord van die dag kry.
Let's
Samuel.
go back to the roll cage guys, Super Saloons out there on track, and well, two people that did very well in heat number 1, Jasper that won the race, and Renette Rousseau that got some additional pace there underneath the foot. The two of them bedecking, there's my word for the day,
Oh, daar's die
bedecking
Engelse
the
woord.
front row of the
Wettiglik
grid.
and then bedekking. Okay, here we go.
They both sound Afrikaans, but bedekking's English.
Flag is down and away you go. We're all Karel van der Merwe giving the Opel record of Rousseau a bit of a thumb saying, come on, get out of my way. I want to catch that T-Art BMW. Is he going to get it right? I don't know. Clarence Smith having a good run coming out of turn number 1, sitting there in that 28 BMW in that second position. It's walking around a bit coming out the corners. Understeer, oversteer. It's got everything happening as he heads into turn number 1. It's a lot quicker, I must say, is Clarence Smith. And right behind him is Karel van der Merwe. Now they're both ahead there of Rousseau exiting turn 1.
Clarence in that dangerous situation where you've had one race, you've got a bit of confidence, but you don't have the experience. You go out there and get it on the pace. The car actually sounds a little bit rough for the 28 car, the Beamer. But I must say, Clarence picking up some good pace there. Maybe they did a bit of change on the settings on the motor car. Jasper Tiaat pretty much in a class of his own. Understeer there by Clarence Smith, and that brings the 74 car just a little bit closer. But Karel van der Merwe, been around for a long time. He'll be able to predict what's going to be happening with that car in front of him. And like he just lifted lightly off on the exit of turn number 2, he could see that Clarence was going to come across the line and just making sure that they don't make any contact.
But you're going to try and beat that man up front, Jasper Tiaat, in that 46 BM. That's not going to happen out here today so far. The white flag is out. They're all on their final lap. Race leader coming down towards us to get the checkered flag. Jasper Tiaat in the Manjana Mechanical and Engineering BMW makes it 2 out of 2. Well done, Clarence Smith, for finishing there in that second position ahead of the Mazda RX-8 of Karel van der Merwe and the Opel record of Renette Rousseau.
Well, just found out FC Nivo, it says there's a Lexus V8 underneath the bonnet of the BMW of Clarence Smith, and hence the different sound as to what you would expect from that motor car. Next up, the 2.1 Modified Saloons, Gamco Services being the sponsor for the second half of the 2021 season. Remember, KPL Drivers runs from January to December, and a lot of the other clubs run from beginning of summer to the end of summer. So this is the second half of the 2021 season. I think we've still got another 3 meetings, I think, to go after this one. One which will be in the not too distant future down in Bredasdorp at Cape Agulhas Raceway. In fact, that one's coming up pretty soon, Frankie. And it is a club scoring event for KPL drivers. So a big thanks from the KPL driver side of things to Steve Becker, that's always tried to encourage these guys to come and ride on this side of the world. And KPL drivers saying, well, let us now be of some assistance to you as well. And we'll have one of our club meetings, 4 club points there by you as well.
No, it's a club scoring event for both clubs, and also a regional and then any other driver from any other club that wants to come and participate is more than welcome. They will then only obviously score regional points, but that will be in 2 weeks from today in Bredasdorp at the Cape Agulhas Raceway. So the 2.1 just doing a bit of a tyre heating session, getting some heat into that rubber. Then we'll get the yellow flag out, slow it all down, and then get this one officially underway. The moment they've got some heat in those rubber, remember they run on these slick gumball tyres. So they need to generate some kind of heat, otherwise they're going to slip and slide all over the place. So Full Herald, our seasoned COC, holds the yellow flag out and it tells them all to slow it down. You're going to get this one underway shortly. Big thanks there to Philip van Rooyen. He is the man that's doing the spotter duty there on the infield. At the previous event, we had Nicola Pedersen that was standing there on the infield.
Is he the man walking around in circles?
And today we've got a COC, Philip van Rooyen, that's doing that duty. As the white flag comes out, they're going to go around the island one more time.
So, unfortunately, Daniela de Souza standing alongside the circuit. She's not out there for this race, having picked up damage in heat number 1. And I think for the rest of the 2.1 guys out there in the Gamco Services second heat for the 2.1s, it's Mark Fontini on the front row of the grid.
Right, the flag goes down, the Wamsa flag, and away we go. And this time, how are you going to catch Mark Fontini? He leads coming out of turn number 1. He's going to disappear. Hanekom will give him a go, but the whole shot does go there to Mark Fontini. Down the back main goes Mark Fontini with Hanekom tucked in there behind him, followed there by Yuri Swart. They're the first 3 cars out of turn number 2. They've been chased there by John O'Baton, Eta Martinengo, Eugene Grison, and Guido Sarotti. This time, Joffrey's car sounding pretty healthy. Slowing down the back straight is the 139 of Yuri Swart.
Yeah, definitely a side effect, probably a side effect of the problems that was created by the contact in heat number 1 that takes him out of it, and he was looking very good. It doesn't sound like Guido Sarotti's on the spot car is running as rough as what
slowing down as
well. Well, that opens the door for Hani Hanekom. The waves have parted. Through the center goes Hani Hanekom, but if he looks in the mirror, it's John O'Baton. Then race winner Ayrton Martinengo in there behind him, super quick. Eugene Grison coming through, line astern. That's a very quick front 4 down the back main.
Right, into turn number 2 goes the Goodwood Body and Spray Works car of race leader Hani Hanekom. He's got John Baton in that second position, followed there by the Hippomix car in that third position, and snap change. That is Eta Martinengo. He's been hassled there by the RGR Racing Opel Corsa in P4 of Eugene Grison as they exit turn 2.
Well, Grison definitely putting pressure on Ayrton Martinengo. A third of the way into the corner to about a third of the way out of the corner. He's definitely quicker than Martinengo there, but just not enough to... Oh, there he sticks it up on the inside now. Martinengo, if he's going to close him off, he's going to get turned sideways. He's got his nose in there, tries to close the line off, and I think Eugene Grison was very gentlemanly not to force that move because he was quite far in already by the time he got closed off.
Well, it's all about Hani Hanekom making his way out of turn 2. He's got about a 1.5 seconds, 2 second lead there on John Baton in that second position. He's been chased down and closed on heavily there by Eta Martinengo. Eugene Grison wants a way through. It's Martinengo and Grison as the white flag comes out. That's all over the back of Baton as the 4 of them come around to start their final lap, followed there by Guido Sarotti.
Well, John O'Baton's going to have to do it all right because Martinengo's got pressure from Grison down the back, man. Grison's going to have a look on the outside. Grison has a look on that outside line. It's going to be Fontini that's going to avoid being lapped. It's going to be Hanekom that's going to win it. It'll be John O'Baton second, and third will go to Martinengo just ahead there of Eugene Grison, and then the on-the-spot 40 Opel Tigra of Guido Sarotti, and he also puffed pretty heavy smoke as he backed off the loud pedal and went off the circuit.
Well, that is the end of that as they take the checkered flag. Well, problems out there for the second time they come around to take that checkered flag. Just decided to do one extra lap, but let's hope that Guido Sarotti in that 4-0 Tigra is not in trouble out there mechanical wise.
Well, Fontini doing an extra lap, and he never does that, which almost makes me seem to think he might have temperature problems on that motor car. Why else would he continue to circulate the way that he did? Now he only goes off, so just a hazard a guess. And Frankie, that the smoke that we thought, the smoke or dust that we saw on the left-hand side of the circuit going out, there's in fact cement that's been put down there, so it was purely the cement dust that caused that.
Oh, thank goodness for that, because Joffrey hasn't been racing for quite some time, and thank goodness that it is not anything serious at all. As a matter of fact, there isn't any problems with his car at all.
Well, we just give the breakdown guys an opportunity to move Yuri Swart's car on the far side. See Yuri walking away there and saying, well, you guys can carry on, do what you need to do here. That man is very proud of his son, Oompie Swart, a top iRacer and a top Polo Cup racer and a top GTI Challenge racer. He's always involved with the financial and support and Pitmax side of things. And as Oompie said the other night on the Second Gear Talk Show, it's great to have Pops out there on the circuit again. A very accomplished racer in his own right over the last 2.5 decades with numerous titles behind his name. And it's nice to have Yuri Swart of Alpine Auto back out there on the circuit again. Let's hope that they can get it sorted out. I somehow don't think so. It was a slightly dejected look on the man's face as he walked away from the car. Yuri, can you fix it? You can fix it. For today still. Yep, lovely stuff. He says he can fix it. So we hope to see him out for heat number 3 of the 2.1 Modifieds Gameco Services race today. Guys, please keep your masks on at all times. Asseblief mense, ons vra julle. Hou julle maskers aan asseblief. These folks on the top of the grandstand, on the end of the grandstand. Your masks, please. right, next up is going to be the Stockrod class. There, heat number 2. We'll see how high the attrition rate was on that one. Heinie van Rijn, remember, he was going very well and then he had to slow it all down, but he managed to finish the race. So let's hope that he gets it back out. I don't see Sergio Abrams. Sergio, you're supposed to be out there on circuit, up here in the commentary box. Obviously problems with the car. I guessed it was a CV. Did I make an editor myself?
Yeah, it was mechanical cam problem.
A cam problem.
Yeah, cam problem.
All right, motor still okay?
Oh yeah, motor's still good. We just don't have a spare cam.
Oh, way. Okay. Have you ever done? Have you ever started a race commentary-wise, folks? Making his debut today, Sergio Abrams going to do the first lap for us of the Stockrod.
And here they go out of the turn. And it's Michelle Brandt in the lead. Will she take the whole shot? Gary van Dijk trying on the outside. And no, Michelle takes the lead. Denrich van Tonder coming through on the inside, putting Gary out wide.
Right out of turn number 2, they come now heading towards us. Abrams running away. That's a pretty good debut there for Mr. Ambassador Sergio Abrams.
Well, thank
Into
you.
turn number 1 goes your race leader.
Well, the race leader, Michelle Brandt, followed by Denrich van Tonder. And here's Sergio Abrams commentating in Afrikaans.
En daar gaan hulle daar by die draai in. Dis Michelle Brandt in eerste plek. Denrich van Tonder in tweede. En dan Heinrich van Rijn en Kayla Jones met baie rook wat daar agter by die kar uitkom. En dan is dit Edmund Bredenkamp en Gary van Dijk en dan Adrian Rosenberg heel agter.
Right down the backbone they go now, and it seems as if there could be some tyre rubbing on bodywork there for Kayla Jones as Chris Etzebeth comes past us very slowly. But as they race down into turn number 1, kom ons hou daai beklei ry daar was hy hengse stryd daar aan die gang vir hy 3de, 4de en 5de plek daar in die agterste pelvak beweeg hulle af. Dis Kayla Jones wat aan buitekant sit daar van Heinie van Rijn. Dis Edmund Bredenkamp wat wil deur beweeg daarso, maar hou daar vir Jones dop as hy deur beweeg en opbeweeg daar na die 3de plek toe.
Well, if we can do the Yennis in Afrikaans, we can do the Nivot in English.
It's Michelle Brandt leading this race ahead there of Denrich van Tonder, with Kayla Jones moving herself up into that 3rd spot with Heinie van Rijn. But look at Edmund Bredenkamp round the outside. Goes Bredenkamp, but he runs it too wide, and Heinie van Rijn hangs on to that 4th position.
I'll tell you what, he's doing a brilliant job after battling in heat number 1. Edmund Bredenkamp, he's got the whole renter crowd down here on the grandstand. The whole pit crews come through. It's all about Michelle Brandt. Remember, Denrich van Tonder from the back of the pack. Heat number 1 up into that 2nd. Kayla Jones with bodywork rubbing up against the left-hand back wheel. Hopefully that tyre lasts long enough as she tries to work her way around the outside of Denrich van Tonder.
Out of turn number 1 they go now. Those 3 golfs sitting 1st, 2nd and 3rd. En Kayla Jones wat deur beweeg. Sy sit daar aan die buitekant van Denrich van Tonder. Van Tonder druk sy neus reg agter Michelle Brandt aan. En dit hou daar vir Kayla Jones en hy 3de, 4de baan. Is die buitebaan daar vir Kayla Jones. Het sy genoeg krag en spoed om aan die buitekant van Michelle Brandt deur te beweeg. Dit sal ons sien, die 2 dames op hierdie stadium sit 1ste en 2de. Jones druk haar neus deur, maar Michelle Brandt beklei terug.
Well, Kayla Jones is doing a brilliant job there. Sorry, FC, as they come out into the front main, but it looks like Kayla Jones having had a broken hub in heat number 1. They've put it together. Somehow they've got the wheel alignment right, and she hits the front.
Yeah, after a horrible first heat out there, she now finds herself at the tail end of the field. But Edmund Bredenkamp goes around the outside there. Van Rijn tries to push him wider, but Bredenkamp holds onto that one. It looks like he's made it up into 4th ahead of Heinie van Rijn, with the Denrich van Tonder applying a lot of pressure there on Michelle Brandt.
Yeah, moving his way up there into that 4th position. Is Edmund Bredenkamp ahead there of Heinie van Rijn. Maar heel voor is dit Kayla Jones wat deur beweeg. Hier rook borrel daar by die linkerkant se agterwiel uit daar van die 86 golf van Kayla Jones. En sy breek nou weg daar van Michelle Brandt wat in die 2de plek sit. Dis Denrich van Tonder aan die 3de plek en laat die Brandt van hom af wegkom nie. En hier kom Edmund Bredenkamp en Bredenkamp is besig om albei van hulle in te haal.
Unfortunately for Edmund Bredenkamp, the laps has ticked away. The white flag has come out. Kayla Jones is pulling away from the 15 of Michelle Brandt. And Denrich van Tonder just has not had the pace to be able to put the pressure on FC, take them across the line.
Ja, die wetvlag wat uitkom ook vir Adrian Ruthenberg, maar die verruite vlag wat val vir Kayla Jones in die 1ste plek. Michelle Brandt wat deurkom in die 2de posisie met Van Tonder in die 3de plek. Edmund Bredenkamp wat 4de klaarmaak, gevolg deur Heinie van Rijn en dan 'n Gary van Dijk en Adrian Ruthenberg wat deurkom in die laaste posisie.
Yeah, Adrian battling with that motor car today, not working out exactly the way they wanted with the, I think it's a PO Bodyworks is the main sponsor on that car. Sergio, done a lot of motivational speaking and motivation to get numerous different racing drivers from Klein Palasi to come through here today. Meetings in the next 2 weekends, a lot of cross-pollination. There's my second word, Frankie, for the day, cross-pollination of drivers between the different clubs.
Yeah, Gary, lot of cross racing happening now. There's a whole bunch of the booster guys that wants to go up next weekend to Vescus. Obviously, with a new surface and a wider racing line, definitely going to be exciting stuff to watch. A lot of new members has joined there as well, and the numbers picking up. And I'm sure now that the track is sorted out, the drivers will start coming in numbers.
Nationals, that's been slowed down because of the COVID-19 numbers. Looks like it's going to be up to Michelle Loosemore and the gang on the 18th of December. And then the next gravel nationals, but PEOTR, I think around about 30th of April, yeah.
Yeah, big bummer about POTR. We were actually getting ready to go do the Dirt National there. It would have been a first for us as Cape Town guys go to doing the Woomsa Dirt National in PE. So that one's moved out to next year, April. Definitely a few guys going up for that one to represent Cape Town.
Having got the better part of 130 odd entries for Klein Karoo, which was then cancelled, is there a follow-up date or is there a complete slide through till 2022 on Klein Karoo?
Radio silence from Dirk at this stage, and with no marketing happening, obviously not happening on the estimated October date. So let's see how it holds out for November. Always very hot in Oudtshoorn in November. So we used to a cold Klein Karoo. We had a 30-odd degree Klein Karoo last year, and it was never again.
So, Frankie, there we go. Sergio Abrams commentating English and Afrikaans, and he's saying for the day, radio silence.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, FC from myself, FC 10 and a half, 11 hours, you and I were behind the microphone. We started at, I think the racing started at 11 o'clock.
Yeah,
and we were on air from about 10:15 already, or somewhere around there.
And
yeah, we had WhatsApp messages, Sergio, just saying correct.
but yeah, it was a lot of fun out there. It was very, very hot. I don't want to have another Klein Karoo like that, because that was blistering hot. And, you know, we even had to suffer driving over that horrible bridge in Ashton on the Friday.
I'll tell you what. Yeah, there's footage that was put on Facebook, but yeah, that was November last year.
Well, talking about those WhatsApp messages, maybe we should do a little series of those WhatsApp messages in the second half of the race meeting. Frankie, if you can write your number down on a piece of paper that I can give that, well, you can give that number out as well. So, folks at home, if you'd like to send a message through to one of our numbers, most of you have got Frankie's number and FC's number and my number anyway. If you'd like to send a message through that you'd like to give some motivation to your favorite driver being at home and not being able to get down to the circuit, you can send to either myself or Frankie or FC, and we'll see if we can get some of those messages out on air for you. Right, next up will be the midgets. Started off with 3, we're now down to 2. A big thanks to all of the people that have been involved with making the live stream possible. Best Buy Doors, RGS Plumbing, Snap Change, and Goodwood Used Motor Spares, and the necessary backup provided there by Westcape Spares to make it possible as well.
Right, and a big thanks as well to all our photographers out there, FC Nivot of Rage Racing and Rage Productions, who made a brief turn in the commentary box just to prove to everybody that he is here. And then to Uncle Colin Brown, to Aubrey de Bruin, and to Janku Smith of Wolfchild Photography. A big thanks to him. Aubrey of Cloud Number 9 Photography. And then to Colin Brown, wherever Colin goes, he's always got his camera with him and always taking some excellent photos. I think we've got 4 of the very best. And they are pretty great photographers out there, but 4 of the best we see out there. So, sadly, only 2 midgets. That's the 10 and the 11 of Des Neetling and Zim Geldenhuys. We lost Waldo Trita at the end of the opening heat, and I see that midget is no longer in the midget. It is in the midget pits, but it's loaded. So that car sadly out for the rest of the event. But nonetheless, a big thanks to Zim Geldenhuys for the sponsorship of all 3 of those midgets, and for bringing them down here. That's Zim in the 10 car, the Connaught Palace Engineering cars. That is the business of Zim Geldenhuys, and a big thanks to him for bringing the midgets down from Cape Agulhas Raceway right here to Cape Hell Drivers this weekend.
Yeah, we'll be going through to Cape Agulhas Raceway in a not too distant future. So those of you that haven't become a Pitmac or a supporter directly with any of the Cape Hell drivers, now's a good time. If you want to join us going through to Bredasdorp, you can become a Pitmac, and you can get more involved with motorsport as a whole. It does help to get access to the different circuits. But remember, there will be live streaming from Vescus, there will be live streaming from Bredasdorp, and there will be live streaming from Cape Hell Drivers, and then also from the Worcester side of the world as well. So, well, that's we used to invite people around to come watch the rugby. Rugby's going to be tomorrow. Now you can invite them around for oval track racing.
Now for rugby and for oval track racing, if the best of both worlds. And Zim and Des just having a bit of fun out there, and it's great to see some midgets out there. Now Zim has decided, listen here, I played around with you in that second heat. I've got to get going, and you know what? These guys are having a bit of fun, and we've got midgets here, and this is a call for all midget drivers. Come and join Cape Hell Drivers if you want to do midgets. This is a nice place to come and join all the midgets around all the ovals. There are a lot of midgets out there at Mega Oval. Man, I think we've got the cream of the crop out there at Mega at this point in time. But come and have some fun here at the Tar Oval at Cape Hell Drivers.
Well, I must say a very nice entry that we've got in most of the classes today. The Westcape Spares stock rods, 13 entries in total, 8 for the Gamco Services 2.1 modifieds, and they've been giving us some amazing races here today. 1660s, just short of 10 there as well. So good numbers, great looking motor cars, good car driver combinations. Brilliant to have them out there. Message from JD van der Berg, Frankie. Kuskar aflos, cancer race 2nd of October. And there's going to be a lot of people that's going to be out there for that one.
Yeah, that's going to be a biggie out there. That's remember, October is the month of cancer. So ons gaan Kuskar wedrenne hê. Dit gaan awesome wees die 2 Oktober daar by Mega Oval in Worcester, en ons sien almal uit daarna die 2 Oktober. I've got a WhatsApp. It came here from 6808. That is Elandre Els, and Elandre says, hi, all the best for the finals, and thanks a lot to Promax Sound for the live streaming. Keep up the good work. And he says it's 33 degrees there where he is in Namibia at this point in time. So Alandre, baie dankie. Hy het vir ons sopas 'n WhatsApp daar van Namibia gestuur.
Jean van Wyk saying, Arno Engelbrecht doing very good in the snap change BMW. Well done to him and the team.
Mense wat julle ken, my nommer as baie mense wat Gary se nommer ken, stuur vir ons WhatsApps asseblief. En dan kan ons dit lees en weet ons. As a matter of fact, Ruan showed me just now, and there was more than 200 views that was watching at home. Thank you everybody for supporting KPL drivers in this difficult times. It's not nice what we're going through right now, but if we just keep on following protocols and if we keep on doing what the governments of the world asks us to do, then it won't be long before we will be out of the situation we are in. But everybody needs to adhere to protocol, and if you are asked to go out there and register to do the necessary, please go out there and do it. We beg you.
Well, I think there's a possibility we might have a State of the Nation address tomorrow evening. So, yeah, let's see. Maybe we in a bit of luck for a slight extension on the numbers that we're allowed. Talking about an extension, this is going to be pretty interesting stuff. It's going to be Etzebeth on the outside line and Sassy Lassie on the inside. Can she get the whole shot with a snap change golf? Yep, she can. Look at that. Alonso Picard. Well, it'll be a matter of time before the Goodwood Used Motorspares entry of Etzebeth Jr. is going to put a lot of pressure on her. He's accustomed to winning races with that motor car. Unfortunately, Wema van der Merwe Jr.'s car has been pushed out of the pits, so he will not be able to take part in today's races, having been out there purely for the showing of the vehicles. Alonso runs a little bit wide and Etzebeth sticks it up on the inside.
Hou daar vir Chris Etzebeth dop deur aan die binnekant daar van Alonso Picard. Is hy daai eerste plek van 'n Picard af wegneem. Dit is die Volkswagen Fox van Christoph Etzebeth wat daar in die eerste plek sit. Die snap change golf van Alonso Picard in die tweede plek. En hier kom die B-klas mannetjies en dames. En dis Connor Boys wat in die eerste plek sit daar in die B-klas. Hy het vir Lisa Loupse daar in die tweede plek en hy het vir Tamika van die Kerk in die derde plek as die drie van hulle in die agterste pelvak afbeweeg na die tweede draai toe.
Well, Tamika van Niekerk also becoming accustomed to winning races just like Etzebeth Jr. finds herself now behind the 19 car of Loupse doing a very decent job. Frankie, Connor Boy's new to my books. I don't know if you've done karting commentary on him before, but a very, very impressive debut in that black and gold Mini.
No, to my knowledge, never done karting before. We did a race or two here at CHD, and then when the new season at Mega Oval started, he migrated over to the Boland side of the world. En ek moet sê, die mannetjie ry ongelooflik goed daar in daai 7 kar. Dis Connor Boys op hierdie stadium sit hy daar voor Lisa Loupsher en hier kom Tamika van Niekerk in die derde plek en dis glad nie waar Tamika op hierdie stadium wil wees nie. Wat vlag uit laaste ronde?
Well, Lisa having a pretty good run there, holding Tamika out and staying very much on the pace. So a good run there for the roll cage guys, the 19 car of Lisa Loupsher. Checkered flag comes out for Etzebeth.
In die tweede plek is dit Alonso Picard wat deurkom. Dis die A-klas golfies. En in die eerste plek in die B-klas is dit die nommer 7 Mini van Connor Boys wat deurkom in die eerste plek. Tweede, Lisa Loupse. Derde is dit Tamika van die Kerk. En dan in die vierde plek is dit Tatum van die Westhuizen.
Well, a good couple of messages coming through. And our radio man from Killarney International Raceway, Emil Tiny Brunt from Tiny's Pitbox. He sent us a message as well.
Well, hearty good afternoon, Gary, FC and Frankie, from Emil Brandt here, from Tiny's Pitbox. Just enjoying the coverage which you guys are sending us live on the live stream to you and to Cornay, doing a sterling job, and hope everybody is enjoying the live feed at the moment. We're surely doing it here at home as well. And thank you very much for keeping it light-hearted and entertaining as usual. Thanks, guys. Awesome job.
Well, I got one here from David Bolton saying, how's it, Frankie? Watching from home, brilliant racing, awesome footage from Pro Max Sound, ex-Opel 166822, and he says hashtag CHD for life. And that's a message from David Bolton.
Another man that's raced before, that's busy building a new racing car now, Henko Hansen. Boodskap aan my twee groot pelle, Roan van der Walt and James King. In fact, they are out on circuit right now. So unfortunately, Henko, they're not going to hear this one. Julle doen goed, manne. Ons vat 'n paar kouers op julle hier by die huis.
And then I got one from Mariska de Wet that's here on the stand. She says, "Hi Frankie, miss updates on the stand," and she's doing her updates. Thank you very much to what we and Promax people are doing. Thanks, Mariska. She does her updates for us, and she is very, very vocal on Facebook, but she does a fantastic job. So people out there, you know my cell number, you know Gary's number. There's a lot of you that know our numbers. Please send us WhatsApps so we can read it out live as the flag goes down and away we go. This is the Heavy Metals, the King Customs and TTMS, Mario Tito sponsored heavy metal class. There's 3 Class A cars, there's 2 Class B cars, all BMWs, and Roan van der Walt hits the back end there of the Arno Engelbrecht car. Arno sticking his arm out the window, but the boxy BM in a P1 James King, that's busy shedding its back bumper as the 5 of them storm down the back main into turn 2, and now Engelbrecht is busy losing bonnet pins on his car.
Well, some serious competition between these front 3 Class A cars, to say nothing about the 2 Class B cars behind them. But look at this one, James King, he hasn't had a win yet today. Arno Engelbrecht has, and so has the Westcape Spares car of Roan in there behind that. James King runs it a bit wide. Arno Engelbrecht comes up the inside. How they missed one another, I don't know. Arno Engelbrecht just closed his eyes, kept his foot on the accelerator. Van der Walt dives up with the Pertamina Fastron car. King's Bodyworks climbs back in there again, rubs him on the left-hand back door, and it's Arno Engel. Oh, and contact from behind there on a James King, and that was a right-hand front from the Sean's Racing 22 of Emil Lange, and that was just heartbreaking on the last.
Well, coming out of turn number 1, King is on the infield, so he's not on the racing line, but the clerk of the course decides for safety, let us do a full course yellow, and that is the right decision there by Mr. Fall Herald.
Yeah, very possible that you might find, I don't know if that car's still going to go. Is the tires all pumped up and pointing in the right direction? Looks like it is. Wouldn't be surprised if the clerk of the course maybe reinstates him to his original position, or just to say, oh, well, let's just put you onto the back of the pack and keep on trucking from there. I think James King not too chuffed with that one. Goes right to the front of the pack. No, that definitely can't work. To the back, says the clerk of the course. To the back, my man.
Yep, so James King has a look here at the clerk of the course as Mr. Sean Cope just takes a walk down to pick up paperwork that blew off the stand. I'll tell you what, it started off as a windy day here in Cape Town. It's got pretty humid as we head towards the middle stage of this event. And the clerk of the course is saying, no, somebody must go to but James King is supposed to go right to the back. He believes that he's going to go to the back of his class, but he's got to go to the back of the field, Gary.
Got problems. Looks like there's the radiator on the Emil Lange car, the 22. There's water running out underneath. There's steam coming out from the front, and that knock that he had, I think that was actually with a knock on the back of James King's car that created that situation.
Yes.
Purely a racing incident. One of those things, it happens. Hard racing, trying their best, and they'll just stop them all on the line, give the clerk of the course and the assistant the charge to sort it all out, and then we'll carry on with the racing.
Well, Gary's cell number 083-661-8449. I can still remember Gary's number off Bart, and mine 082-823-8691. Send us your WhatsApps. Gary 083-661-8449 and Frankie 082-823-8691. Send us your WhatsApps so we can read it out to everybody, so we can see where in the world you are watching. Reddy Elandre sent us one earlier on from Namibia.
Well, we got another one here, Johan van Sail from Zone 7, and this is pretty much to Promax Sound, guys. Cornet saying, "Hello Gary, dankie vir julle kommentaar vandag en vir Promax Sound vir die livestream. Julle laat dit so lekker klink dat ek julle sommer wil kry vir Zone 7 se Dirt Oval karting ook." En then PS Gary, ek bly dat jy weer voltyds aan die gang is. Oh, I need to do a half day at this stage of the fight, not 100%, but getting better. So there we go. That's the man from karting at Zone 7. Johan, thanks for the message. And yeah, it would be nice if we can get Promax Sound down there by you guys. They are now resident in Brackenfell, no longer up in Springbok side of the world, so definitely give them a shout.
Right, I've got one here from 6808. I think it might be Landra. Ja, ons gaan nou vars skaaprib op die kole gooi. Baie dankie manne. Sê hy.
Please don't send those kind of messages. We'd like
Nee,
to-
is te ver weg. Jy kan nie vir ons voer nie. Then I got one from 2485. It says, "Hi, just want to say awesome just want to say so awesome to join live from Homes. Great jobs, guys. Just want to send a shout out to Brandon and Tristan. Those are our two gentlemen that's driving the breakdown. So big thanks there. I don't know who you are, sir, but your number ends in 2485. So a big thanks to you.
And Footer Mathieu, hello Gary, nice racing. Baie lank daar gesien. Groete Mathieu Enterprises. That's Footer. I don't know. I met the man as Footer as a salesman at Hyundai Milnerton many moons ago. I still don't know till today what his first name is. Everybody knows him as Footer. Footer, lekker. Ek wil bitter graag hê dat ons toeskouers kan kry by die bane weer, dan kan jy gerus 'n draai kom maak by die verskillende bane en familie saambring en dit saam met ons geniet.
And then I got one here from somebody, Gary. You know this lady very, very well, Mrs. Neva van der Merwe,
Oh,
who is our COC at Short Circuit, and she also at Main Circuit as well. She's been involved forever. She says, "Hello, due to COVID protocols, I'm sorry I can't be there, but enjoying the live streaming at home. Thank you that I can watch the event." So she's saying thanks to us and specifically to Corneille and to Ruan from Promax Sound.
and Goodwood Used Motor Spares, Snap Change, RGS Plumbing, Best Buy Doors and Westcape Spares that have made it possible for that free live stream to go out there as well.
Okay, the 2485, I said sir, it's not a sir, it's a lady. A big thank you to you, Odette.
Gavin Fleming's got a message for you, Frankie. He says, "Focus, Linda."
And that's typical Gavin.
All right, back down onto the track. Arno Engelbrecht in the Snap Change 47, lovely livery. That was the yellow Couriers. What Couriers? Something Couriers?
Correct.
Courieret. Yeah, there was a yellow Courieret car before. And now it's in the Snap Change colors with the 47 on the side. A lovely sticker job on that one. In there behind that, the Pertamina Fastron. In fact, Pertamina Fastron also the sponsors of Cape Town Corner Turn 5 on the main circuit, and nice that they're involved there with Westcape Spares, Roshan McCree and Ruan. The King's Customs car, King's Auto Body, should I say, not King's Customs. I think there's actually two, but I know of King's Customs. They've got King's Auto Body on the car, and they are in fact the class sponsors as well. James King, thank you very much.
Yeah, so here we go with the restart of the heavy metals, the TTMS and the King's Customs heavy metal. The white flag is out. We're going to go around once again. Remember, Gary 083, forgot your number all of a sudden. 661 8449, and Frankie 082 823 8691. Send us your WhatsApps and we can read it out for the rest of the event.
Arno Engelbrecht fancies his back bumper. It's a roundabout. Now he's got to climb on the loud pedal.
Right, here we go as the green flag goes down and Arno Engelbrecht gets it out of shape and slightly sideways as he heads down into turn number 1. He's got Ruan van der Walt right there with him, but James King in that third place wants to come through. Look at Van der Walt. That's the Westcape Spares and Pertamina Fastron BM in that second position. He's going off the Snap Change BM of Engelbrecht. He comes through. Here comes the King's Auto Body Shop trying to shove his nose up there on the inside as well. Oh, now there's contact there between James King in turn 1 and Arno Engelbrecht.
Oh, and a cloud of smoke. He turned that one around. There's a whole heap of smoke still coming from that motor car. I hope it's not a problem. Second flag comes out for Ruan van der Walt, and then Anthony Rumer, and then it's James King that comes through there behind that. Was that a bit of payback?
Hey, anything is possible. I don't know, but yeah. Now that means that Rumor has won 2 races in the B division. Emil has won 1 and a DNF for Emil. So Anthony Rumor doing pretty well at this point in time in the B division. Right, I got one here from 7210. I think it's from Yolandi. She says supporting the new driver Tatum van der Westhuizen from home. Proud family and friends following her on the live feed. Quality and sound is great. And she says, well done. Can't wait to be sitting in the stands, as she says, with a dop and a chop, supporting the races. Yolandi, proud on. Yolandi, thank you very much. I'm sure Tatum in the pit area would have heard that one.
Rudy Madeira busy building another car. If we can't be at the race, we thank all the guys involved to bringing the race to us at home. Chop op die vuur, drankje in die hand. Thanks guys, great racing. So yet another thanks to the likes of Westcape Spares, Best Buy, Doors, RGS Plumbing, Snap Change and Goodwood Used Motor Spares for making this live stream possible.
Well, we're going to have just a short break. The clerk of the course has just made his way into the pit area to sort out the situation there. Phil just showed me, let's just take a bit of a break. He wants to go sort out a situation in the pit area. So while that's happening, 082-823-8691 and 083-661-8449. Frankie and Gary's cell numbers. Keep those messages flowing.
One last one before we go back to the music. A lady that picked up Western Province colours for admin for many decades of glorious work for KPL drivers. Hilde Mostert, hi, baie dankie aan die borge vir die livestream. Sit lekker rustig hier in Langebaan en kyk. Once a CHD member, always a CHD member, no matter where you stay, Hilde and Mossy. Music Maestro.
Poisonous mushroom, deadly. When I play a dope melody, anything less than the best is a felony. Love it or leave it, you better gain weight. You better hit bullseye, the kid don't play. If there was a problem.
Premiumbeat.com.
Right, people, we're just taking a short interval break. We would have had an interval break in any case. So while the clerk of the course is sorting out a situation in the pit area, this is an interval break. And let's use this time to get some messages out there. Frank Yennis, 082-823-8691. And Gary Fleming, 083-661-8449. So give us a WhatsApp, Gary and myself, and you can support your driver or drivers out there, including the people of Promax Sounds, Corneille and Ruan, for doing a stunning job. So 082-823-8691 or 083-661-8449. Frank Yennis and Gary Fleming.
Premiumbeat.com. 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 Premiumbeat.com.
Right, here we go. 1660s back out on circuit again. Let's hope that most of them will make it out there. Purple Gorilla Projects being the sponsor of the 1660 class. And, well, you can do a lot worse than getting involved with 1660, 1660s and stock rods. Probably the most populated classes right now in gravel oval track down here in the Western Cape. So it's the 111 of Jacques Kraus, an utterly immaculate build, and ran into a bit of a problem early on. Looks like he's got it sorted out now. He looks like he'll be on the front row of the grid. Then the Table Bay Roadworthy Motorsmart entry, the number 6. That Mazda's been standing there by Table Bay Roadworthy for a long, long time. Great to see that they've got that one back out on circuit. Our newcomer in the 69, Renier Meyer. On the outside of that, the invert, the 96, Chris Etzebeth. Also a reigning committee member at the KPL Drivers, a man that does a lot of promo stuff like the ambassador Sergio Abrams as well. Donnie van Niekerk, Goodwood Body and Spray in the 9 car. Winner of race number 1, pulls up on the inside of the 82. Battling out there today is Darren Baton, but I'm sure that he'll get that one sorted out in the not too distant future. Kayla Jones in the 4, and on the outside of that, it is the 27 of the extra super quick Nicholas van Tonder.
Well, I saw one of our officials there, Philip van Rooyen, walking on the grid, just showing all the drivers to cut engines. And we will be going pretty soon. Right, I've got another WhatsApp that's just come through. Gary, I think your phone's been going more vicious than mine. So I'm the lucky one, you not. I got one here from GCM. From 6890. Hi, I'm Frankie. Ek wil net... it's Arno's sister, Engelbrecht. Ek ken die naam van Stefanie. It's Stefanie. She says, hi, I'm Frankie. Ek wil net vir my broer Arno Engelbrecht sê, baie sterkte met die racing. Jy doen goed en maak my trots. In my hart is ek vandag daar by jou. Dankie aan al die sponsors wat sy droom 'n werklikheid maak. And that is from Stefanie, the sister of Arno Engelbrecht.
Yep, and then also from Landria Brink. Hallo meneer, ons Kennedy Racing. Baie dankie vir 'n awesome job. Julle, jy en jou span maak dit sommer lekker klink. Sien jou die tweede op die baan. Wow, let's hope that it's gonna... If Frankie's gonna come and join me tomorrow with Tristan Blaine to come and finish the spray job,
Whoa.
It's quite possible. But then again, it's Jacques Kraus in the 111 on the front row of the grid. The flag goes down and it's Lynch that tries to hold out there on Etzebeth. Etzebeth, whoa, locks it up as he goes into turn 1. Everybody scatters in all directions. And, well, I wouldn't be surprised if...
well, Etzebeth's left rear is on the track, as I can see from here.
Yeah, full
and the
course
clerk
yellow.
of the course brings out the full course yellow flags.
Wow, I tell you what, Jacques Kraus will say, the one time I get pole position and I get the whole shot, and then it all changes. But Chris was squeezed there towards the inside, tried to not make contact with anybody, and once you clip that curbstone, well, it unweights the car completely. Put a lot of weight on that right-hand front to the left-hand back, just locks up and away it goes. But the problem is now that Darren Baton is standing on the back main. That right-hand front wheel is pointing very much to the right-hand side. I hope the other one's pointing in the same direction.
I hope so too.
That don't look so good, so more...
No, well, what's Etzebeth doing? Yup, the 96 is going. He was beached on that curbstone with the left rear on the track, and he was literally stuck there. It was on its belly, and he managed to go forward and back and forward and back, and eventually got the 96 Golf back on track again. So let's hope that there's no damage there to that 96 Golf of Chris Etzebeth. But I cannot say the same for the 82 Tigra of Darren Baton.
Well, Frankie, some clarity on a previous SMS. Remember, I said Futu Mathieu. I've never heard his first name well.
You're gonna tell us now.
Now I know why. It's Dirk Manus Johannes Mathieu. That's why.
Okay.
And it's Jacques Kraus on the front row of the grid. Thanks very much for all the SMSs. Oopsie, a slightly deranged front bumper for Jade Lynch in the Table Bay Roadworthy and Motorsport 6, the Mazda 323. And yeah, that's taken a bit of a bump. The bonnet's gone as well. And Darren Baton with the somewhat bright helmet climbs out of the car. And it looks like, yeah, those front wheels are not pointing in the same direction. Remember, I said the right-hand front was looking very much to the right-hand side. Hope the left-hand side is looking in the same direction. Well, definitely not. So some front suspension damage on that motor car. Chris Etzebeth takes one look to the right-hand side and says, okay, second on the inside, that's good, I'll take it.
Yeah, he's recovered the track again. Here comes Renier Meyer in the 69. That's a new driver at CHD for the season. And then the Goodwood Body and Spray Works Ford Fiesta. That is Donnie van Niekerk, a man that raced BMW in Clubman's on the main circuit. He races now in the Super Saloons, which back in the day was known, Thunder Cars, which back in the day was known as the Western Province Super Saloons. And he also races in GTC. I think it's in this Polo Super Cup, I think it's called. What the Class B of GTC. It's got a different name. It's not Class
Polo
B.
Super Cup.
Polo Super Cup. Yeah, he races there as well. And of course campaigns that car here in the 1660, sponsored by Purple Gorilla Projects at the KPL Drivers. Kayla Jones with that Tigra. And that is a relatively new car there for Kayla. That car raced, we were doing a event, Gary, you and myself, a couple of, I think towards the end of last year somewhere, we went to Bredasdorp, and that car was campaigned by a driver that came from up north. I can't remember the man's name all of a sudden, and then that car was purchased and it stayed
He
here in
left
Cape
without his
Town.
motor car.
Yeah, I remember that. So that is a newish car, and Kayla obviously still needs to get the feel of that Opel Tigra, and she's not doing too bad at all in that car. So the moment it's up to her standards and she's got the feel of that number 4 car, I think we're going to see her run at the sharp end of the field. But for now, they're still busy sorting out that number 4 Tigra.
Well, one man that's not made it back out there again is Matthew van Dorp after that contact earlier on, and a bit of motivation from Adrian Rousseau. Heinkel G supporting Matthew van Dorp from home. Bad luck in the first heat. Thanks for the live stream. Right, here we go. Is Jade Lynch going to be able to pick up the whole shot? I don't think Chris Etzebeth will give it away that easy, but Jade Lynch was ahead of him as they came up towards the start-finish line. Nicholas van Tonde already having a look now. Nicholas van Tonde will be very aware of Donnie van Niekerk. Donnie van Niekerk will be very aware of Nicholas van Tonde.
Right down there into turn number 2 they go, and it's Jade Lynch, the man from Table Bay Road with his center, the Mazda 323 that leads at the end of this lap. He's got Nicholas van Tonde that's sitting there on his outside. Right behind them is Chris Etzebeth and Donnie van Niekerk. The 4 of them are right in the mix. Now Van Niekerk tries through the middle of Etzebeth and Lynch, and that doesn't work as he pulls in there back behind Jade Lynch again. Now Donnie will be saying, if I cannot get through here, there's no way that anybody's going to catch the 27 of Van Tonde. And once again they side by side. Etzebeth says, I'm going to have a go. Van Niekerk says, no, I've got to get through in between the 6 and the 96.
Well, they side by side. Neither of them is going to give way. Chris is going to have to ride around the outside. Jade's not going to give it to him. Donnie van Niekerk had to wait until they sorted it out. The third line just wouldn't. Oh, they 3 abreast coming out of the corner. That can very possibly turn to tears. Chris Etzebeth decides no can do. Jade Lynch outbreaks himself, runs Donnie wide. Chris Etzebeth dives up the inside. Jade Lynch tries to get out of his way. Donnie runs wide. Chris Etzebeth in second.
Well, these guys are fighting hard for that second place. So while they're doing this, the 27 of Van Tonde is disappearing down the road, and eventually up into P3 goes Van Niekerk. He sits there ahead of the 6 and behind the 96 as they exit turn number 2 and make their way down into turn number 1. Now Etzebeth's going to have to get a move on, and I'm afraid to say it's too little too late for these guys. Nobody right now will catch a 27 of race leader Nicholas van Tonde.
If Nicholas starts on the front row of the grid, there's very little chance anybody's even going to stay with him. The likes of Darren Baton would have been in with a shout, but unfortunately he's off on the infield. A lovely drive there by Jade Lynch. Doesn't arrive that often, and hasn't driven much in this class at all. Pretty much made his debut at West Province Motor Club, Killarney International Raceway, here at the KPL Drivers in the heavy metal class with the 325i BMW. Haven't seen much of him and his dad for an extended period of time at Table Roadworthy. Still involved there with Grant McLean. Grant running into suspension problems earlier on, and it's lovely to see Jade back out on track again.
Well, Van Tonde sits out there in P1, but it's all about this fight for second, third, and fourth. Heading into turn number 1, Donnie van Niekerk gets a power slide going into turn number 1. as they now both getting away there from the 6 of Jade Lynch. It's all about the 96 and the 9 of Chris Etzebeth and Donnie van Niekerk for P2 and 3 as they head into turn number 1. The white flag is out. This is the last lap, final corner to go. Checkered flag for the 27, Nicholas van Tonder.
Well, the car driver combination is in a class of its own. The snap change 27, and it looks like, change up. It's Donnie van Niekerk. That's 1-1, and now he's going to pick up a second in the Goodwood Body and Spray 9 car. Ahead there of the 96 of Chris Etzebeth. Caleb Jones came flying through there past Jade Lynch on the last, and then the 69 coming through of Renier Meyer. A message from Martin out in Worcester, watching here from Worcester. Great live stream and lacquer racing. Just a pity Vanna Jr.'s day is over. Not sure what went wrong with that motor car. He was out on the parade and they actually pushed it back into the pits. And then just after heat number 1, which he did not take part in, that car was actually pushed out of the pits as well. So no power underneath the bonnet. Would love to see Werner van der Merwe Senior racing in the heavy metal class as well. So pity we don't have Werner Senior out there. That's Veerme from Veerme's Motorcycles. Right, the next group coming out onto the track. It looks like it's going to be a full house. Everybody's made it back out on track. That's brilliant stuff. Dan Ruthenberg says, "Hi guys, my first time live streaming. Thanks to my niece Miriam Ruthenberg for the link. Thumbs up to Miriam's brother Adrian. Hope the next race is better and hope he gets his power sorted. Thanks Gary and Frankie for the commentary. Brilliant," from Dan Ruthenberg. Thanks, Dan.
Right, send some more of your messages through to 083 661 8449. That's Gary Fleming. Or 082 823 8691. That's me, Frankie. Send it through to us and we can read some of your messages. Right, here we go. The Roll Cage guys, Super Saloons. Renette Rousseau was daar. Jasper Tiaard, Clarence Smith en Karel van der Merwe. Dis die 3 manne en die 1 dame daar buite in die Super Saloon klas, geborg deur the Roll Cage guys.
Well, Frankie, this to me is danger time. Clarence on the front row, on the outside. 2 races, getting quicker and quicker. Yellow flag being held out, so they come together. Obviously wanting to get the 74 car up on the inside of the 46 of Jasper Tiaard. So Clarence is in that middle zone. No experience, but going quicker and quicker and quicker. Where is the limit? Will he find the limit or will he spin it around? The way he's going at the moment, I think he's a natural talent.
So do I, but I picked up in that second heat that it was walking around a bit coming out of the small corner. It was a bit of touch of understeer, oversteer, understeer. So it was searching for the circuit. Let's hope that they can get that one sorted out. And as Gary was saying earlier on, a man that does so much for other people in the pit area. And it's great to see Clarence out there with that BMW. Like FC said earlier on, that is a Lexus V8 in that 28 BM of Clarence Smith.
That's quite a option that I would like to see developed a little bit further. Look at that, Clarence Smith has a look around the outside of Renette Rousseau. He gives a wide berth. He's going to have to drop in at the tail end of the field. Well, for the first time ever It is the RX-8 that hits the front of the pack, but Jasper Tiat corrects that and says, hold on a second, I'm actually the quickest guy out here. And he takes the Manjano Mechanical and Engineering sponsored 3 Series Beamer to the front.
Right out of turn 1 they come. So order restored as far as Jasper Tiat is concerned. Down the back behind he goes. Karel van der Merwe in that second position. Roulette has got a third and she's got a fourth. She's sitting currently third in this one as Clarence sitting there right on the back of the 48 record there of Renette Rousseau. But no problems up front there for Jasper Tiat as he makes his way down the back straight. Oh, a bit of problems coming out of turn 1 there for Rousseau. And now Smith had a look up on the inside, but does not quite have that confidence yet to make a move up on the inside.
Oh, lovely spray job, lovely sticker job. You don't want to mess that up on the very first race event. But the limiting factor for Renette Rousseau, as I said earlier on, is that chef tends to understeer. And the moment she pushes a little bit harder with that motor car, it just washes the front end away. Clarence, having been alongside the tracks for all the years, will obviously be able to read what's happening in front of him. And you can see he's trying to place himself in a situation where when the gap opens up, he can climb up the inside.
Met vlak kom uit vir die laaste ronde daar vir Jasper Tiat as hy daar in Quarry draai in beweeg. Die Quarry draai beweeg hy nou na agter sy pelvak af. Dis die laaste ronde vir Jasper Tiat as hy deur die Kuiper draai kom. Die geruite vlag is uit en Jasper Tiat bring die Manjano BMW huis toe in die eerste plek. Tweede die Mazda RX-8 daar van Karel van der Merwe wat in die tweede plek klaarmaak. But here we go. It is the fight for third en derde plek behoort daar aan Clarence Smith. Vierde gaan daar aan Renette Rousseau.
You see the body language of Renette as she moved her head forwards like,
just a little bit more grunt I need in this Opel record.
but she's going the best I've ever seen her go with that car, so that's fantastic. A whole heap quicker. They can just get rid of the
That's a
understeer.
fact, yes. She is going a lot quicker.
Ja, no, definitely. Daar's geen twyfel daaraan. Heel wat vinniger as wat sy vorige wedrenne wat ons gesien het wat sy gejaag het. As hulle net daai understeer bietjie kan wegkry op haar kar, sal dit definitely heel wat vinniger gaan.
Right, here we go. I see the 2.1s are lined up and they are sponsored by Gamco Services.
Wow, another old faithful in motorsport, Tashes van Tonder Senior. Middag julle, geniet die racing baie en dankie vir sponsors vir livestreaming. Tashes van Tonder Senior uit die Parel uit. So wow, it's nice to know that guys out in Worcester, guys out in Paul are all joining us. As Frankie said, 2.1 Modified Saloons, Gamco Services out there on track. A big thanks to all the class sponsors. Wingfield Motors, Full Boost Turbochargers, TTMS, King's Customs, Roll Cage Guys, Gamco Services, Purple Gorilla Projects and Westcape Spares. En ek moet sê die meeste van die boodskappe wat deurgekom het, iedereen elkeen van daai mense sluit ergens in. Baie dankie vir die mense wat die livestream gesponsor het. So big thanks, Goodwood Used Motor Spares, Snap Change, RGS Plumbing, Best Buy Doors and Westcape Spares for making that live stream available. And as we saw earlier on, oor die 200 mense wat op enige tyd op die livestream is. Dis fantasties.
Remember earlier on I was talking about that 1660 there of Kayla Jones. I couldn't remember the guy that raced the car. Pieter van Staden, that's his name. Big thanks to Werner
And
Krugler.
he was quick with that motor
Big
car.
thanks to Werner Krugler from Ashton that sent that one down. Werner en jou en Mia en Arieta, baie dankie. Ek hoop hulle geniet dit daar in Ashton.
Wiemer van der Merwe Jr., Wiemer Jr., oil pressure dropped to zero, rather be safe. That's from Wiemer Senior, who was on the grandstand. And then Yuri Swart, we unfortunately out. The fuel tank got damaged by the prop shaft. Sure. prop shaft shouldn't be anywhere near the fuel tank. That must have been quite a bit of damage. So with the car back out on track, it's ex-SA champ Daniela De Souza that leads out, but Mark Fontini dives in there behind her. It's Guido Sorati in that third, but Eugene Grison that dives up on the inside. Two very quick cars in there behind that. Hani Hanekom that did very well in the previous race. And then the Gamco Services car of Ayrton Martinengo, the class sponsors for the season.
Well, I'll tell you what, that Daniela De Souza will want to win. She will want a victory in this one. It hasn't quite gone her way tonight. Oh, that thing stepping its tail, throwing its tail all over the place at 129. She didn't do half bad in heat number 1. From there, it went a bit pear-shaped. And now she's back out there in P1. Heading down into turn number 1, and here comes Mark Fontini. Now, has Fontini got the guns to get that 11 car ahead of the 129 of De Souza? As they work their way into turn number 2, they mustn't forget about the 5 of Eugene Grison. That's sitting out there in that third position, followed there by the 7-0 of Hani Hanekom and the 12 Hippomix motor car out there of Martinengo, followed by the 4-0 of Guido Sorati.
Unfortunately, John O'Bayton just circulating around with a 46 car. It's not working for him. Daniela De Souza leading out. If there's anybody, if there's a race that she wants to win, having had 2 bad results, it's this one. If there's any specific person that she would like to beat out there, it's the man right behind her. That's Mark Fontini, multiple South African champion. Probably pound for pound the quickest 2.1 modified saloon car driver combination in South Africa right now. We'll find out soon with the TAR Nationals.
Well, I'll tell you what, that Daniela De Souza's got the hammer down. She's got the red mist time. It's absolutely hammer time now for De Souza as she races it down into turn number 1. Being chased hard there by Mark Fontini. She wants a wing. She's got the blinkers on. She sees nothing behind her, just a clear track ahead of her as she works her way out of a turn number 2 out of Quarry Corner, coming down towards us. And there's not a damn thing at this point in time that Mark Fontini can do about this multiple SA champ Daniela De Souza as she just blows away from him down the back straight into turn 2.
On average, any given day, Mark Fontini would go and fetch anybody, anywhere, at any time. Well, this is one time he can't do it. Whatever they did, I believe there was an electrical problem on the De Souza car, and that's why she sat out the previous heat. The whole pit crew was standing up against the fence watching heat number 2. Whatever it was, they've sorted it out, and they've sorted it out good, because she's going to take the checkered flag. Daniela De Souza in the 129 from Mark Fontini in the 11.
Then across the line comes Eugene Grison, right behind him. Hani Hanekom followed there by Ayrton Martinengo. And here comes the Italian stallion, Guido Sorati, on the spot, Opel Tigra. And then ailing Johnny Bayton finishing in the 46.
Sure, that was a lovely race there. See Matthew van Dorp showing it's either the steering rack that's broken off or a CV shaft that's broken off on his car, and he just indicated he's out for the rest of the day after having one of his best meetings at the last event and running pretty well at the beginning of tonight's racing as well.
Yeah, Gary, we were talking about all the different racing, and I got a WhatsApp here from Jean van Wyk that not only just saying fantastic stuff, but he's saying that the E36 BMW Cup guys will be doing the rallycross testing out here at Killarney next Saturday with the other rallycross guys, while you and I and FC are in the West Coast.
I almost said unfortunately because I'm so disappointed I'm going to miss that one.
Yeah, I would love to see Jean and all the other guys have fun. We were down here a while ago. You would have seen on the Second Gear talk show the footage that Mr. FC Nivot, that Frikkie put on there about Gary and the Subaru. And I know Gary would love to have jumped into Des's Scooby once again.
I tell you what, that was fantastic. First time in 16 years in behind the steering wheel, and that of the Subaru, and on the WRX circuit here. I tell you what, it's just a bit more motivation to get out there full-time back on the circuit again. Well, back out there on the circuit, having broken the left-hand front hub, Kayla Jones from the front of the pack. I don't believe anybody's going to head her. Oh, contact with Ruthenberg and Van Rijn before the flag even went down. It was Heini Van Rijn with a 48 that tried to get up a line on the inside of Ruthenberg, and unfortunately there just wasn't enough space to be able to do that. So, yeah, that was an unfortunate one.
Well, that contact was made there before the flag even went down. So Adrian Ruthenberg losing out heavily there, as Kayla Jones is saying, man, I need to make amends here. Jones sits out there in P1, but here comes Bredenkamp and the renter crowd pit crew of Bredenkamp sitting there on the stand, and they are cheering their man there in that second position. But here comes Gary van Dijk, and right behind him you've got Dennis van Tonder, Heini van Rijn and Michelle Brandt in that fight, as they all make their way. It's a 5-way dice out there for that second position. But meantime in P1, it's Jones disappearing down the highway.
Dennis van Tonder having a look up on the inside of Van Dijk, backs out of it as Van Dijk closed the line off. Heini van Rijn couldn't slow down quick enough, tipped into the back bumper of him. Michelle Brandt also having to stomp on the brake pedal at that point. Out into the back man they go. It's Ruthenberg that's just circulating around slowly. But Edmund Bredenkamp, wow, he brought the whole pit crew with him. He's up there in second position. He's doing a lovely job with the 191. The Cross Cape Forklift Services sponsored Mark II Golf in that second position. And that is from Klein Plaasie Mega, a gravel car coming and taking on the Tar Boys.
Oh, that's a man that represents Mega Oval, and he represents Vescus Oval as well. And he's racing here at CHD. But this fight for third, can this Opel Corsa of Gary van Dijk keep this trio of Golfs behind him, exiting turn number 1? He's not too concerned about Jones and Bredenkamp. He wants to hang on to that third position. Here comes Michelle Brandt. She shoves it up on the inside of Heini van Rijn, and they box Van Rijn to the outside. She's all over the place, and she climbed all over the shark's teeth there in the rallycross section, and poor Denrich van Tonder found himself on the infield as well, and this brings out the full course yellow flags.
Yeah, unfortunately, Michelle, the master of her own demise there, she got up on the inside line and wanted to have a go at the car in front of her, knocked the car in front of her, tried to go up on that inside line and climbed over the shark's teeth. And once you got on top of those, believe you me, it's high. I've been over there myself, and it's much higher than what you realize. And unfortunately,
well, I'll tell you what, that can cause a lot of damage to the bottom end of any race car.
And your spine as well, because
Yeah.
it's violent inside the car when you hit the shark's
And it's
teeth.
built that way on purpose because it's supposed to accommodate rallycross cars, proper rallycross cars, especially the guys of the World Rallycross Championship. They don't really pick up that much damage under there, but it don't look like there's much damage to the 15 Golf of Brandt. And because she literally just climbed over it with the tires, and that will punch a tire very easily. She seems to be okay. No damage underneath, doesn't seem to have any punctures, and all 4 wheels seem to be pointing in the same direction.
She was pulling on the steering wheel left and right to see what she's got there. You'll probably find the clerk of the course will say, you the cause of the yellow. She will have to restart from the tail end of the field. If anybody can work their way from the tail end of the field through, she is one of them, no doubt about it. Edmund Bredenkamp gets the opportunity to get onto the back bumper of Kayla Jones, who I think will probably be able to outrun Edmund, but he'll fancy his chances being able to at least start off there directly behind her. And then Gary van Dijk, well, he's in third position. As Frankie said, he ain't going to give that one away for nothing. And he just follows them around. He didn't even stop you on the line. He says, they go around, I go around with them.
Yeah, so, well, Adrian Ruthenberg, the last event he had mechanical issues which put him out. He's got the car going, but not where Adrian wants to be at this point in time. We know what this man is capable of. He's a relatively rookie-ish, I could call him that, because he hasn't done a whole season yet. But I'll tell you this for nothing. If he can get that 4 car sorted out, He will certainly be. He has shown us
Yeah, he
that if the
has.
car's right, he can do it. But it's just not working out for Adrian the last 2 events. But as we know, this man, he's not going to give up. They'll get that car sorted, and he's going to shove it in right with that group of cars coming out there. Not today, but I believe at the next event. And I really hope so. Adrian, jy kan dit doen, man. Jy kan dit doen. So, let's have a look-see. We started at 2 o'clock. It's 5:15. And, well, we still got some time. Got a long time still to go. The weather's playing along as the green flag goes down, and away we go. Kayla Jones drops the hammer as she runs it down into turn number 1. Here comes Bredenkamp. This is the closest Edmund has been. Does he have a chance to beat Jones mathematically? Yes, he does. But watch out for Heinie van Ryn. Van Ryn sits there on the outside of third place man. Gary van Dijk as they exit Quarry Corner and race down towards us. Van Dijk will be defending that third position like there's no tomorrow. But he knows that Van Ryn, Brunt and Van Tonder behind him are pretty damn quick.
Yeah, they're all pretty much on the pace, and even I would tend to think that they're both quicker than him, but he does defend very well. He's worked hard for that third position. He wants that. Oh, he tries to close it off in front of Van Ryn. Michelle Brunt. Wow, that will have definitely broken the right-hand front suspension. I'll be very surprised if she gets away with that one. She had to make a plan to miss what was happening in front of her, and probably a flat right front at least on that motor car. Kayla Jones leads out with the 86, and it's Edmund Bredenkamp. He doesn't have the pace to hold on to her, but he's quick enough to chop the rest.
Oh, now there is definitely damage there on the 15 of Michelle Brunt. She was flapping her arms around inside that cockpit area. Not a happy lady racer, but this lady racer coming around to start her final lap. Kayla Jones, she is very, very happy at this point in time. Edmund Bredenkamp in that second position. Third is now being obtained and occupied there by Heinie van Ryn, followed there by Gary van Dijk and Denrich van Tonder.
Sparks coming out underneath the 15 car. Checkered flag. Broken hub, fixed hub, win. Heat number 3 for the 86. Kayla Jones, the 191 of Edmund Bredenkamp, the 48 of Heinie van Ryn, the 38 of Gary van Dijk. Denrich van Tonder, I think he would have expected to get a little bit higher up. I think that Michelle Brunt will be classified probably ahead of Ruthenberg,
Yep.
because he was circulating slowly earlier on. So on total laps, I think she'll pick up the position just ahead of him. Frankie, you spoke about Ruthenberg earlier on. Yes, there was 1 or 2 races where that car was good. And for a beginner, newcomer, new kid on the block, he was very impressive.
First of all, this class sponsored by Westcape Spares. Thanks, Rosh and Greg. Yes, Gary, I have to agree with you. Certainly, we know that this man does have the talent, and always a big thanks to Nikita Westhuizen for that. Is basically Nikita's car that he is driving for this season, and to all his sponsors, including Gavin Westhuizen and Paul of PO Bodyworks. A lot of time and effort and plus other sponsors, a lot of time and effort has gone into that number 4 Golf of Adrian Ruthenberg. Right, folks, now I just got a WhatsApp here from Emil. We need to have a look and see. There's something is supposed to be happening now, and that involves talking about Ruthenberg. It is little Claire Ruthenberg that is in a Ninja Midget. Looking out the commentary box window here, I do see that she is in the car, and we're going to probably be doing this during our little interval break to give our marshals chance to have something to eat and drink and give the lap scoring ladies time just to work out all the points. The Ninja Midget category, that's a class that Cape Hall Drivers is trying to get underway. It's successfully underway at Cape Agulhas Raceway in Bredasdorp. It's very successful at Mega Oval in Worcester, and it is massively successful up in the northern regions where they do, they have something like 20 of these Ninja Midgets that run at Maham and in Vereniging. I can't remember. Ultimate Outlaws, I think, is the circuit there of Isak Spies, and they also run them in Richards Bay and other places up north. And they are very successful out on the tar. And Cape Al Drivers is trying to get this class going as well. And I'm led to believe, if all goes according to plan, that during the break, we're supposed to see the number 4 car just do a couple of laps. Yes, I do see the car in the pits. I see Mommy Jackie is on the stands there giving us a wave. And they're trying to get the number 4 Ninja Midget fired up. If I look out the commentary box window, there's 2 eager gentlemen trying to, I think Cole is one of them, if I'm not mistaken, that's trying to get that car fired up. So we can get that car to go around, Gary, just to do 4 or 5 demo laps to see if we can introduce the class here to CHD.
Yeah, it would be pretty nice to get the class going here as well. At the end of the day, that is where you bring the youngsters into motorsport. And as you see out on the karting circuit, even though it's cold and blustery out there, there's been karts out there all day long that's been practicing. And look, let's be honest, karting on the main circuit at any main karting circuit is horribly expensive. It's probably more expensive than to run your average garden variety top 2.1 or 1660. So it's not a cheap sport, and the best way to get the kids into it and to get new blood into oval track racing as such is with these little ninja midgets. And as Frankie said, there's numerous different circuits around South Africa where they are blossoming, and that is the beginning of new blood into oval track racing and motorsport as a whole, not just oval track racing.
Yeah, well, big thanks to Promax and to Cornay that's busy filming it so that we can get it out there to the people that's watching. And yeah, this young lady racer, I think she's about 7 years old, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I get the thumbs up there from Jackie. This little blonde young lady, I tell you what, says bang for feitlik niks nie, dis verseker. I'll tell you a bit of history about this young lady, and it's rather disturbing history, but if you listen to what I'm about to tell you and you see where this young girl is now, you're going to, when she was very young, she actually fell into a swimming pool. And it's touching, even though she survived that. They basically found her at the bottom of a swimming pool. And Adrian jumped in to get her out. And they weren't too sure what the future was going to hold. And I'll tell you what, she's a lovely young lady, and she's full of beans, that's for sure. That I can guarantee you. And she does extremely well in school as well. And she's just trying. You know, she's a beginner. She's trying, and she just wants to have a bit of fun out there. But she cannot have fun if she's got nobody to play with on the circuit. And this is the reason why we were asked to do some promotion on the class at Cape Al Drivers so that we can get some more ninja midgets to come and join the new class that they want to start here at CHD. So the clerk of the course is going to give her some more laps. I mean, if not, why not? She missed out at the last event due to the fact that there were no other entries, but they've given her a chance to do about 5-6 laps so that she can show the people exactly what the ninja karts look like. Well, we all know. I know up in the Rock Raceway, they also run a lot of these ninjas. I've got another message here. I think it is from Werner. The Rock Wamsa HQ. There is a lot of those ninja midgets that run there as well. So it's pretty popular up north and at the Mega Oval and at Bredasdorp. And we'd like to get the class going here as well. Or should I say the club would like to get the class going here as well at Cape Al Drivers.
Poisonous mushroom, deadly. When I play a dope melody, anything less than the best is a felony. Love it or leave it, you better gain weight. You better hit bullseye, the kid don't play. If there was a problem.
It's now going to be going down to the finals. Highest points at the front, lowest points at the back. And Frankie Ennis will be doing the prize giving directly after the race event. So big thanks to Frankie that stays behind, and FC Nieuwoud as well that does the necessaries and hands out the trophies to the very deserving winners at the end of a full day of racing.
PremiumBeat.com. PremiumBeat.com.
Right, folks, all of you that are listening at home, we hope that you're enjoying the production with us. We've had our fun, we've had our jokes, we've had our laughs, and you know, we love to tease each other. I take the Mickey out of FC, he takes it out of me, out of Gary, and then of course poor Ruan and Courtney also suffer as well, and then they have a go at us. So we are one great team that work all over, and you know, we have a lot of fun when we're out there together. They love working with the two Autopies. That's basically you and I, Fleming, as Cornay mentioned on the live stream WhatsApp group that he put on
It's
a
only
day or
be-
two ago.
It's only because they know they can talk akkies to us, and then they can run faster than the Autopies can. Kiara van Niekerk, hello Uncle Gary, please say a big hello and good luck to my sister Tamika. She's done very well today
She
for her
has.
next race. And to Donnie, he's also done very well today. And a big congrats to my dad and mom, 22 years of marriage. You can
Yeah.
be proud of your parents. There's not a lot of people that are happily married for 22 years, and to grow up in the household that you are, Kiara, you can be very proud of your parents.
Yeah, happy anniversary to Mr. and Mrs. Wingfield Motors, if I can call them that, to Johnny and his wife, 22 years, and Johnny is here. He's with Tamika there in the pit area. Gary did mention it early on, so happy anniversary to the Van Niekerk family. Right, we're going to get going very soon with the finals in the development category, or maybe first the midgets, I would think, would probably come out for their finals, and then we'd have the midgets afterwards. We'll have a look, see who's going to come out. We only have 2 midgets left. Yeah, but talking about the fun and games and the way we tease each other up here in the commentary boxes, it's not going to stop, because next weekend, Gaza, if all goes well, we're going to go to Weskus Oval there in Saldanha, where UFC, myself, Ruan and Cornay, the entire Promax team, if I can call us that, if I'm allowed to call us that, I don't think they will have an issue with that. Yeah, big thumbs up here from Cornay. We will be out there in Saldanha next weekend, en dan die 25ste, die hele span, ongelukkig kan FC ons, sal FC nie saam met ons kan gaan Bredasdorp doen nie, want hy het 'n troue aan. En is hoek in Bredasdorp vir hy moet wees, so he's going to unfortunately miss that one,
As long as he's not getting married,
but he will,
somebody else throwing their life away.
yeah, no, he probably MC or something for whoever that person may be. And so he will be in Bredasdorp, but he won't be with the team at Cape Agulhas Raceway. En dan die naweek daarna, die 2 Oktober, Mega Oval in Worcester. Sure. We had 132 cars last Saturday. 132 inskrywings verlede naweek daar by Mega Oval in Worcester en wat 'n awesome inkoms dit was. Baie dankie daar aan JD en Suzanne, Alinda en almal daar. JP Roberts,
Fantastic track.
al die mense daar in Worcester. Ons sien julle weer die 2de Oktober en dit is ons gaan kuskarre ook ry daai dag. So julle manne moet julle kuskarre mekaar sit so that we can have a bit of fun out on the track. And it's all got to do with October being a cancer month for ladies, and it's basically the cancer awareness race event, 2nd of October in Mega, and the whole crew will be there again. Gary FC, myself, Ruan Corneid, julle Promax span sal daar wees die 2de Oktober.
Yeah, and then on the 9th, I'm not sure what else is going to be on the 9th, but Johan van Zyl says Zone 7 karting on the 9th. Julle moet ons kom join. So, yeah, maybe somewhere along the line where there's a gap between the clubs that are being covered by Promax Sound, we maybe can get some of that karting from Zone 7 out there for the folks to have a look at as well.
Oh, that would be absolutely amazing if we could do that. I know there's a main circuit event also somewhere in October. I'll just have a look at the camera.
I
Yeah,
almost think it's the 2nd.
and then we just get my facts all sorted out. Yeah. No, that's the 9th of October. That's the 9th of October.
Eish.
That's the next round of the Wingfield Motors Power Series. No, I talk lies, Gary. I talk lies. It's the 16th of October. I apologize. 16th of October is the next Kalani main circuit event, Wingfield Power Series. So dis die 16de tot die 9de. Wel, ons is beskikbaar die 9de. Ons moet net seker maak of ons alles reg is en dan kan die hele span miskien so toe gaan, maar ja, dis maar net 'n raaiskoot.
Yeah, once I'll have a look at the dates, and yeah, if you want to know what's happening where, 8 o'clock on a Monday night, the Red Line Group of Companies Second Gear Talk Show at 8 o'clock will give you information as to what motorsport events under MSA Woomsa are going to be happening in that week, and if they are going to be live streamed or if it's pay-per-view. Then we have thereafter a look at what there's going to be live on DSTV and SABC. Not that there's much motorsport in SABC. And then thereafter we look at what else there is on DSTV to watch. IndyCars, Rallycross, that Women in Motorsport, the Electric Series, all of those different formats of motorsport. It takes about 14-15 minutes, just gives you an idea of what's happening, where to go and see so that you can pick up on it and when some of the replays are. That's on a Monday night at 8 o'clock.
Talking about motorsport this coming weekend, we do have at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon the Italian Grand Prix from the Cathedral of Speed from Monza. That is next. That's tomorrow.
But the
As a
sprint,
matter
isn't the
of
sprint
fact-
race around about
Yeah,
now?
it started at 4:30, so I don't think it's over yet. I'll tell you that Bottas qualified first for that,
Alongside
with
Hamilton.
Hamilton second and
Verstappen third.
Max was third. But it don't matter where Bottas ends. Tomorrow he will start last because he had to change an engine and use a fourth motor in qualifying.
Ouch.
So it don't really matter where he finishes in the sprint race. He'll have to start in P20 tomorrow for the feature race.
And then there's some people that want 3-car teams. When you're going to start then? You're going to start the next day.
Yeah.
Pierre Gasly also having a very decent run. I saw he was right up there in the top 5 as well. So nice to see that he's going strong. But yeah, if anybody sitting at home is watching that, if you can give us some results, it would be nice that we can see what's actually happening with that sprint race today.
Yeah, I think it's a 100-kilometer sprint race. That will determine the grid for tomorrow. So hopefully we can get some results who starts where for tomorrow's race. Now, I also know that there happens to be a Currie Cup final being played today, but Western Province is not in it. So
What sport
don't-
was that? I've got no idea of that sport. What do you call it? Rugby?
Well, guess what?
People that can't afford racing cars.
Mr. FC Nieuwoud is on the ball. He's given us the results of the qualifying sprint race.
So it's only the results of this of the sprint race itself.
Yeah.
Give it to us.
Yeah. Well, okay. Valtteri Bottas won the sprint race.
Ish.
That means nothing. He's going to start last. Guess who came second? Max Verstappen. That means Max will start in P1 tomorrow. Great stuff there for Max.
His closest friend, Mr. Hamilton.
But I'm going to have a look now. Daniel Ricciardo finished third.
Well, him and Norris were 4th and 5th on
Well,
the
they
grid.
finished 3rd and 4th today,
Nice.
so they will start 3rd and 4th tomorrow. Lewis Hamilton will start in P5. And he's 20 seconds, my word, behind Norris.
Oh,
in
there
the
must have been
sprint
something
race,
wrong
so
with
yeah.
the car.
Then Charles Leclerc will start in P6, Carlos Sainz in P7, Antonio Giovinazzi will start 8th, Sergio Perez 9th, Lance Stroll 10th, Fernando Alonso 11th, Sebastian Vettel will start in 12th, Esteban Ocon will start in 13th, Nicholas Latifi will start in 14th, George Russell in 15th.
Latifi beating Russell. Oops.
Yeah, but those are two Williams drivers in any case
Correct,
for
correct.
now, because Georgie goes to Mercedes-Benz next year. Yuki Tsunoda will start in 16th, Nikita Mazepin in 17th, followed by Robert Kubica, Mick Schumacher, and Pierre Gasly, Gary, that did so well in qualifying, will start last because he did not finish. But Valtteri Bottas, that's the big news, will start last tomorrow because of the 4th engine use.
And I see Nigel Thorpe saying, yeah, just switched over quickly. Seems Gasly crashed out lap number 1. That's
Okay.
why Norris and his teammate moved up 1 position overall on what was there. All the people that have sent us messages, a big thanks. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to go through all of them. There's lots and lots. Didn't know so many people knew our cell phone numbers, but then again, you did mention them. So
Well, I'll tell you what, I know FC is now watching the stream. If he can just send us a WhatsApp. When he and I did Klein Karoo in the boiling heat last year, I think between the two of us, we got over 200 WhatsApps for that one. I'm sure you'll be able to tell me more or less the exact figures. I can't remember. It's almost a year ago. And I mean, he's still a young gun, he's FC. En hy sal seker vir my kan sê presies hoeveel, maar definitief oor die 200 WhatsApps het ek in FC my Klein Karoo November verlede jaar gekry.
Oh, that's brilliant stuff. I see FC Nieuwoud here saying Gasly, massive accident. So
Ja.
yeah, that was pretty much on the opening lap. So aan al die mense wat vir ons gestuur het, baie dankie. Dis lekker om te weet daar so baie van julle wat by die huis sit wat wel die wedrenne kyk en meer as een keer het ons 'n boodskap van Corneille gekry oor die 200 mense wat gelyk saam op die stream is. So fantastic. A big thanks to the people that made it possible for this, which is Goodwood Used Motor Spares, Snap Change, RGS Plumbing, Best Buy Doors and Westcape Spares also involved with that one to make it possible for us to have Promax sound here as well.
Yeah, FC just said to me, yep, just over 200 from 12 different countries, and that includes the RSA. Jeez, we had people from, well, South Africans are living in America, obviously Namibia. We had people from the UAE, oh jeez, I can't even remember where they all came from. The UK, all over the place, and that was busy watching the stream. Right, so here we go with the midget finals, and I want to say big thanks especially to Connaught Palace Engineering, and that is Mr. Mr. Zim Geldenhuys. All three cars that are down here are from Cape Agulhas Raceway in Bredasdorp, and he sponsors all three those cars. And a big thanks to him. He owns Connaught Palace Engineering, and that is the man in the 10 midget that's making his way around Zim. And then Des Neetling out there with the 11, and sadly at the end of the opening race we lost the number 9 of Valdo Trita. Well, I want to say big thanks not only to all our sponsors, but to Corneille and Ruan, die van Niekerk boeties van Promax Sound. Baie dankie aan julle twee manne vir 'n uitstekende job. Right, Des and Zim in the midget finals. Just coming to have a bit of fun out here. You could see that Zim on the odd occasion was just giving Des a bit of a shunt. Come on, Des, let's get the hammer down, and we're just pulling there next to you. So basically just trying to get the newcomer to gain some confidence is Zim. But a big thanks to him. Connaught Palace Engineering, the business of Zim Geldenhuys. And he brought all three his cars here today, representing Cape Agulhas Raceway, Bredasdorp. Right, away we go with the midget finals, and Zim Geldenhuys just dropping the hammer and getting away there from the 11 of Des Neetling as the two of them work their way down the back. Oh, and Valdo will be sitting in the pit saying, man, geez, I would love to have been out here with these two guys to make it all three of us out. But sadly, he picked up a problem in the opening heat, which sidelined him. So after trying to make it interesting in the first couple of races, it's Zim Geldenhuys that decides, man, it's now time to pull the pin, pull the plug, and take that 10 car around the oval as quick as it can go, and go for the outright win in the midget finals as he makes his way down the back straight towards the final corner to come around and start another lap. Zim Geldenhuys, the man of Connaught Palace Engineering. And once again, a big thanks to Zim Geldenhuys for bringing all three of the cars that he sponsors down here to KPL drivers. So we're waiting for the white flag to come out. It'll come out shortly as Zim comes around to start another lap.
Yeah, I must say, Zim Geldenhuys, one of the unsung heroes in the background that does so much for motorsport. If you ever get a chance to go down to his workshop, go and have a look, see how many midgets and go-karts are standing there. He can only drive one at a time, but he collects whatever he can, fixes them up, gets them going, and then tries to get people out onto the circuit with those different karts and midgets and what have you. So, sure, a man that at heart is not just there for himself, he's there for the whole good of motorsport. So to Zim Geldenhuys, a massive big thumbs up to each and every one of us watching the live stream at home and around the circuit here, and all the people that he has helped through the years to get them out on track. And he doesn't go for people that are already racing. He brings new blood into the sport. Yeah. And it doesn't matter where you start and where you finish. As long as he gets you into motorsport, that is his main goal. A lot of people arrive and they put big money on the fastest guy. Everybody shouts for Manchester United because they got 177 million that they spent on the best players. Zim Geldenhuys goes for the underdog that can't make it and gets him out on circuit. Other people get to see that person, and that's where they carry on their motorsport career from there.
Yeah, we need more Zim Geldenhuisers in the motorsport, and it gets the business name out there as well. So ja, baie dankie aan Zim. Connaught Palace Engineering, die man wat al 3 sy karre baan toe gebring het by Cape L Drivers vandag.
Frankie, do you think there's music on the infield, or is that Marshall just trying to stay warm? The dancing fellow in front of the cameras here.
Yeah, well, it's not that cold outside though. So
Say what?
Well, I haven't been out the commentary box for a while.
Other to the real deal, it's bitterly cold. Even
not much wind outside. Well,
even the clerk of the course, the Dolphin, is with his Jack Daniels jacket on. So believe you me,
I
kind
would
of
have
chilly
thought he's
out
got
there.
his Red Bull jacket on today. Seen that Max is in pole, but no, he's got his JD jacket on. Jack Daniels, right?
He played safe. It was Bottas on pole. Talking about Etzebeth Jr., he stands on P1 pole position on the front row of the grid. Sassy Lassie alongside that.
Right, full boost turbos for the A division and Wingfield motors for the B division.
Can Connor Boys do an upset?
Well, I think so. There's no reason why that 7 Mini can't win the B division, but
The 19 Uno was very quick in the last race
you
of
got
Loubser.
to beat the 102 of Tamika van Niekerk first. That's going to be no easy task.
Open season, we'll wait for the green flag to go down, and he holds them for a long time. It's going to be Etzebeth with the whole shot, the snap change Mark 1 Golf of the Sassy Lassie there in that second position, closes off the line. It's the Loubser Lass in the 19 car that leads them out. Well, it looks like Tamika is going to have a bit of a hard job here in the final, because not only is Connor Boyce pretty much on song, but the Loubser Lass in the 19 car is definitely doing some of the best racing ever.
Well, down the back man, and this time Etzebeth is not dropping Alonso Pickard. I don't know what they've done, but that snap change Golf of Pickard has really come into its own, as she's now right there on the back bumper of the Goodwood used Motor Spares Volkswagen Fox of race leader Chris Etzebeth as they exit turn number 1. Well, the roll cage guys, Fiat Uno of Lisa Loubser, who had a lot of issues out here in the previous event, she's doing pretty damn well. She's leading the B division from Connor Boyce second and Tamika van Niekerk in third.
Alonso Pickard, look at this. The Sassy Lassie in the snap change Mark 1 Golf all over the back of the Goodwood used motor spares. I think it's a Fox, in fact. It's not a Jetta. Well, either way, Jetta and a Fox, one and the same, different badge on it. Nothing much between the two of them. Race for race, she's ended closer and closer to the back of Etzebeth. I think Etzebeth's got a bit of competition out there.
Well, it took her the whole event to get there. They've done something right, as she's not letting Christoph Etzebeth get away from her. One mistake here by Etzebeth. Remember, he's got 3 out of 3 so far, has Etzebeth. He wants to make it a full house of 4 out of 4, but for the first time today, this young lady racer is all over the back of the Etzebeth car as they exit turn number 1. Let's go back to the B division, and that's been led there by the 19 Uno of Lisa Loubser, from the 7 of Connor Boyce, from the 102 of Tamika van Niekerk, as the white flag comes out for the final lap.
Well, I think Tamika van Niekerk will be very surprised with the competition she's had here today. She's walked away with lots of first places in the last 2, 3, 4 meetings before today. Today it hasn't worked out for her whatsoever. Etzebeth Jr., well, brilliant stuff. This young man is going from strength to strength in his motorsport, his rugby and his school career. Picks up a first place there. Second goes to Alonso Pickard.
Right, third place will go to the roll cage guys, Fiat Uno of Lisa Loubser, as she brings it home in P1 in the finals, followed by the 7 of Connor Boyce. What a find this young man is. And then behind him, the 102 Goodwood Used Motor Spares Mini of, so got a Goodwood Body and Spray Works Mini, I do apologize, of Tamika van Niekerk.
So that was the finals for the Junior Developments A and B, full boost turbochargers and Wingfield motors on board for 2021.
Right, here we go. With the heavy metal. Oh, look at this, Gaza. Every one of them has got the unsportsmanlike conduct flag, known as the warning flag. All 5 of them. There was a bit of unhappiness early on that the clerk of the course had to go sort out. So now Philip van Rooyen has put them all under the unsportsmanlike conduct flag.
In clear English, you have is or been warned. Well, it's all about Engelbrecht. His sister sent the message saying, go earlier on. And he's going to do exactly what Sister's asking for. He gets the whole shot. But look at that. The Westgate BMW put him in a Fastron sponsored, beautiful looking motor car that all over the back bumper of Arno Engelbrecht.
Right, here they come. Lap number 1 in the bag as Engelbrecht leads them into turn number 1. Followed there by Ruan van der Walt and James King. They are sitting P1, 2 and 3 in A division. The B division being led there by Anthony Rumer from Emil Lange. Down the back lane there, and Rumer's not far off that top 3 A division cars that worked their way out of turn number 2. Heading down into turn number 1. And what can Van der Walt do from here? Can he get that West Cape Spares car ahead of the 47? Not if he slides it around like that, but he carries more momentum out of the corner and was right on the back bumper of the 47 of Engelbrecht.
Big power underneath the bonnet of those front 3 BMWs. Anthony Rumer, the best I've ever seen him go. The closest he's ever been to the Class A cars as well. Racked, packed and stacked out into the back main they go. Arno Engelbrecht, one eye on the mirror, one eye on what's happening in front of him. James King is coming through to play as well. The King's Auto Body, also the main sponsor of the class, in that 3rd position with a 7 car and applying the pressure on the back of the West Cape Spares Beamer in 2nd.
Well, I'll tell you what, here comes the Quick Creek car that sits there in P4, P1 in class. That's Anthony Rumer. Also got the Monster Energy sign there on that BMW. He's right up there with those 3 Class A cars, and he's getting away from the 22 of Emil Lange. Emil just dropping off pace there, but Arno Engelbrecht is under immense pressure there from Van der Walt and King. The bonnet of the James King car is busy coming loose as he looks up on the inside of Van der Walt. No, pulls back in there behind Ruan again as the 4 of them race down into turn 1.
The BDI of the clock of the course on them. There's nothing much between them. It's as close and as tight as it gets. The flagman Sean Cope getting ready with the white flag. It's racked, packed and stacked liners. And I think on Engelbrecht is a little bit harder on the brakes there just to line them up. It's a last gasp effort there by Ruan van der Walt. It's just 2 corners and 1.5 straights to go. James King rubbing the back bumper down the back main. They go for the last time. Has Arno Engelbrecht done enough? I think so, Frankie. I think he's going to take the final.
He's done more than enough, and it's victory for Arno Engelbrecht in the final. Followed there by Ruan van der Walt across the line. James King, Anthony Rumer ends P4, but P1 in class, and he was miles ahead there of Emil Lange that finishes 5th and 2nd in the B division.
Well, Anthony Rumer doing a brilliant job there, I must say. He's getting very, very quick with that motor car. And I mean, Emil Lange has improved phenomenally and is a lot quicker with the Sean's 22 car. And Anthony beating him more than once today and now in the final as well. So a big improvement there by Anthony Rumer as he closes on the back of the Class A, guys.
Ja, daar vir Stefanie by die huis het 'n wens gekry. Jou broer het die finals gewen. Well, fun was had by all, and Ruan just wanted to put the music up. Ruan, jy mag maar. Right, here we go. The purple Guerrilla Project 1660 Modified Finals. Who will be in pole position? Don't put it past the 9 car to be in P1. Exactly just that. Donnie van Niekerk rolls through. But hang on, Nicholas van Tonda I think will be in P1. Yes, he will. He will be in P1. I didn't pick up the 27 car. He's in P1. Etzebeth will be in P3. And then, well, Jade Lynch. Well done there to Jade. Kayla Jones is there as well. And here comes the rest of the field. Renier Meyer, Darren Baton, and the 111 of Jacques Kraus.
Well, this is going to be hard and fast up front, and I think Etzebeth fancies his chances of putting that tin top as close to the front end of the field as what he can. Nicholas van Tonda at the front end of the field. I don't think anybody's going to be able to really contest it against him, apart from Donnie van Niekerk in the Goodwood Body and Spray car. Other than that, I think he's pretty much in a class of his own. Darren Baton would normally be on same size and similar pace, but he's had problems, and he's still got two pretty quick car driver combinations in front of him while the front two pull away. I think that at best he's going to hope for a third position there.
Right, here they come out of turn number 2, running down into turn number 1. It's Van Tonda and Van Niekerk setting P1 and P2, and if ever Van Tonda was under pressure, he'll be under pressure in the finals as they go down the back main with Donnie van Niekerk there. About 3-4 car lengths behind him coming out of turn number 2. Have a look at that fight for third. It is Darren Baton that drives around the outside of Chris Etzebeth. Chris will break late into turn number 1. You'll have the tighter line, but Baton eventually will get his nose up into third.
Yeah, I think two very equal drivers, one slightly superior motor car. And I mean, that is a purpose-built 1660 that Darren Baton is in. And by rights, a tin top Mark 1 Golf shouldn't be able to do that. But then again, Nicholas van Tonda also in what's basically a tin top, and they've put that right at the front of the 1660s, and pretty much the man to catch in the absence of the likes of Donnie and Darren.
Ja, down into turn number 1 goes Van Tonda. Hy sit daar in die eerste plek. Dan sit ons vir Donnie van Niekerk in die tweede plek. Darren Baton is daar in 'n derde plek. Daar's niks tussen 1, 2 en 3 nie, maar reg agter hulle is dit aan vir daai vierde plek. Dis Chris Etzebeth reg by hom. Is dit Jade Lynch en hier kom Kayla Jones wat al hoe beter en beter raak, en dan nommer 4 Opel Tigra van haar, en sy sit reg daar op die agterkant van die nommer 6 se Mazda van Jade Lynch.
I think Jade Lynch had a pretty decent first event with that motor car. That car's been standing for the better part of probably around about 2 years that it's been standing there by Table Bay Roadworthy. I don't know why they haven't campaigned that car at all, but it's fantastic to have Jade back out there on the track again with the Table Bay Roadworthy car. Kayla Jones still getting accustomed to the number 4 Tigra, and well, I'm sure it will get better and better. Renier Meyer, the new man to join the class, doing pretty well. He's still in the lead lap.
No, not bad there for the newcomer Renier Meyer. Still out there on the lead lap, but the gaps between 1, 2, 2 and 3 is pretty much the same at this point in time. As you see them, this is the way they're going to end as the white flag comes out for Van Tonda, for Van Niekerk and for Baton as they start their final lap.
Well, Nicholas van Tonda pushing very, very hard. Well, look at this battle. Kayla Jones deciding she's going to have a look up on the inside of Jade Lynch, and outbreaks him coming into the corner. Checkered flag, Nicholas van Tonda, highest point scorer, winning the finals as well. Goodwood Body and Spray. Donnie van Niekerk ahead there of Darren Baton. But Frankie, look at this three-way.
This fight's not done yet, and it's going to be Etzebeth and Jones. Jones just crosses the line there ahead of Lynch. Man, they were side by side across the line. I saw it as Jones. I don't know how the ladies and gentlemen saw it. Yeah, they
No, I
saw
think
it the
so.
same
Yeah.
way that it was Jones. The 4 car got to the flag just ahead of the 6.
Well, luckily for her father, resprayed the front bumper after the last meeting, and that's what made the difference.
Yeah, the lap scorers say that the 4 did get to the line just ahead of the 6.
Well, I must say some great racing in that class as well. So a big thanks to all the class sponsors. Sure, you guys make it possible. Remember, without the normal gate takings, somehow the clubs have to survive. So yeah, it's these people that make it possible for us. Wingfield Motors, Full Boost Turbocharged, TTMS, King's Customs, Roll Cage Guys, Gamco Services, Purple Gorilla Projects, Westcape Spares, AMM Towing, Goodwood Used Motor Spares, Snap Change, RGS Plumbing, Best Buy Doors, all of you guys, big thanks.
Right, Gary, I've got a WhatsApp here from 0619 telling us something that we didn't know. And we couldn't have known it because Des Neetling is a new driver. So we were under the impression, well, it is a male driver. Incorrect. It is a lady racer. And, well, I'll tell you what, for a lady racer and a midget, not bad at all. And I salute the young lady. She was in the commentary box apparently, but because we didn't know who she is, we would not have known. But, right, just a rectification for those people at home. En ek en Gary sou nie geweet het nie. Ons kon nie geweet het nie. Maar Des is eintlik 'n dame.
Sure. And did pretty well out there while the car was running, so that's great stuff. Getting pretty cold outside right now. Big thanks to all the marshals, photographers, COCs, flag people, pit marshals, everybody doing duty out there, making it possible for us to watch the racing and for the drivers to have their race events out there. No doubt, Jasper Tiat, the star car driver combination in this class.
I got a WhatsApp from 1807 saying we need to race because the rain is on its way. Apparently it is not far from here. Cell phone number ending up in 1807 saying let's race. The rain is here. So, well, it's still pretty dry out there.
That's probably somebody that's a pit mac that wants to try and get the racing.
It's possible, yeah.
It is getting pretty cold out there, and for that reason, a big thanks to all, as the camera pans around, all these people that are doing duty here to make it possible for us. A big thanks to all of you guys.
Right, so here we go. The Wamsa flag goes down, and this is the Roll Cage Guys Super Saloon Final. We're not going to catch Jasper Tiat. He's got to have some problem out there. That Manjano-sponsored BMW is going to run away up front, but look at Clarence Smith. Clarence Smith, man, now he's getting confidence in that BMW. He's having a look up on the inside here of Karel van der Merwe. Van der Merwe will have nothing of it, but he's going to have to just stay there with Karel van der Merwe and try and keep ahead there of the 48 of Rousseau.
I somehow get the impression that Clarence has not had a lot of seat time before today's race event in that motor car, because the improvement from Heat 1, Heat 2, Heat 3 and now in the final, it's brilliant stuff. And to ride at that pace and as smooth as what he does, you have to be an out-and-out natural. The average person can't just get in a motor car. Like, I remember that's a 3 Series BMW with a Lexus V8 motor underneath the bonnet. That's not an easy puppy to cruise around the circuit with.
No, but I'll tell you what, there is, as you say, massive improvement out there. And man, he's even willing to give Karel van der Merwe a go. And Karel is a seasoned campaigner. And now Clarence has got the confidence in that car. It just needs, as you say, Gazza, the seat time. And I'm almost certain we can see that 28 BMW take the sharp end of the field and win races in the not too distant future.
Well, I don't know if there is a driver of the day award today, and if there is, I would put my vote behind that man. Not just for the fact of what he's done out here today, but if you look at the history of Clarence, what he's done for motorsport, how many different people he's helped, long nights and personal input, and helping to tow vehicles and fix vehicles, and working through the night when somebody has big problems close to the time that a race meeting happens. It couldn't have happened to a nicer guy than Clarence to get the opportunity to get out there onto the circuit.
Yeah, well, he's on the track and he sits in third in the final, but the checkered flag is going to come out for this man. 4 out of 4. Well done. Cape Agulhas Raceways. Jasper Tiat in the Manjano-sponsored BMW brings it home in P1, and it's on for second. The RX-8 of Karel van der Merwe finishing second, and well done Clarence Smith for finishing there in third, ahead of the 48 Opel record of Renette Rousseau.
Right, so here we go. 2.1 modified Ganko services, and as they come out onto the circuit, a happy birthday to Teresa Cope. She turned 21 for the 13th time.
And
in
now
the
we
last
only
week.
find out our
So-
race day secretary has got a birthday.
It's the 13th time she turned 21, so lovely stuff. Always enjoy turning 21.
Oh, this coming Wednesday, Gaza. This coming Wednesday.
So we can braai Monday night, we can potjie Tuesday night, we can spit roast Wednesday night, and
Yeah.
then Thursday. Out there on the circuit, Gamco Services 2.1 modified saloons, and the man up front, Ayrton Martinengo, with the warm-up laps. I tell you what, he has been very, very impressive out there today. That car originally campaigned by his father, swapped cars for the previous event here at CHD. I don't know what they've done, I don't know what they've changed. They've polished something, but they've got it right, because that car driver combination is definitely on pace.
Yeah, I don't know where Gareth is out here today, but or why he's not out here today, I should say. But either way, Ayrton doing a stunning job and puts that 12 car in pole position. With Hani Hanukom on his outside, the second row is Eugene Grisson and Mark Fontini, and the third row, Guido Cerotti and Daniela De Souza.
Remember, Mark Fontini had a problem, and that's what's dropped him down. Daniela De Souza had a race that she couldn't complete. That's what's dropped her down. So consistency is what has put Hani on the front row of the grid. Can he consummate it from there? Well, Ayrton into turn one, very difficult to beat. Mark right in there behind him. Eugene on the inside line is where he needs to be. He's got nowhere to go. And remember, the quickest car in the previous race was Daniela De Souza. She comes off the tail end of the field as they work down into turn number one.
Right, all Grisson must do is hug that line and go with Martinengo, which he's doing. He has to go with Martinengo because he'll know the 129 and the 11. That's De Souza and Fontini will be right in there as well. So if Martinengo goes, he has to go. But now it's a five-way fight for second and third out of turn number one. Grisson currently there in that second place, and here comes De Souza. She's up on the inside of Hani Hanukom. Hani fights back, and Mark Fontini dives up on the inside there of Hani Hanukom.
Oh, that was a dive. It was all or nothing. If Hanukom closed that line off, there was no way Fontini was going to miss him. De Souza's got blinding pace in a straight line. Look at that. Up the back main, closing up and going around on the outside of Eugene. But while all that is happening, Martinengo's up, dust and disappear. Whoever is the quickest and gets through first, be it Fontini, be it De Souza, can they go and fetch Martinengo? I don't think so.
Well, you've got to get past Grisson first, and that's not going to be easy to do. Eugene Grisson knows how to drive defensive lines, which is perfectly fine as he exits turn number two. You're not going to get your nose past Eugene Grisson that easy. Eugene can absorb a lot of pressure, and he's not going to break. He's not going to crack under that pressure. As Grisson sits there in that second place, look at Fontini rubbing the back bumper of the 129 of De Souza as they work their way through turn number two. Hani Hanukom is in the fight as well, and this is bringing Cerotti back into play again.
Well, as we said, the 2.1 Ganko services at Cape Health Drivers for all today is very, very evenly matched. Nothing much in it. A half of a corner is all that there is between the front 5 out of 6, and the only reason the 6th one is slightly further off is because of a misfire. Mark Fontini, multiple South African champions, sitting in there behind Daniela De Souza. They are in between Grisson, Eugene Grisson. Grisson Jr. is busy building another car. This is not his best car. This is an old car. Once he comes back with a new car, it's going to be pretty interesting to see where...
Oh, there's
they've made
rubbing!
contact!
There was rubbing at the back, and Grisson gets turned around in the process. Rubbing is racing, and Eugene Grisson got whipped around there in turn number one, bringing out the full course yellow flags.
Well, when you're right on the limit, you could literally take your thumb and press on the back corner of the motor car, and you will find that the car will turn itself around because you're right on the edge of adhesion. So the biggest problem right now is that for Martinengo is the fact that the gap that he had, he'd worked so hard to get that gap from the best of the rest that was out there. Unfortunately, the two best of the rest is right now on his back bumper, and that's both people that have had SA1 titles behind their names. They will both not only think, they will believe that they can win this one. If there's anything more than 3 or 4 laps to go, that's the way it's going to be. The clerk of the course calling for the list to see exactly who was in what position. Let's hope that Eugene's car is okay, that he can join up with the pack. You'll probably find he will be reinstated.
He was in second position when that happened. Martin Engel was disappearing down the road. Then it was Greason. And then behind Greason was the 129 of D'Souza. They were first, second, and third. So Eugene will...
He slotted into
To
second.
my knowledge, he must go to second.
I would tend to think so as well.
That's not for us as commentators to decide, but
Yeah.
I did see him in that second position. Yeah.
But now the other thing is that car still in the original shape that it was
I would think
before
so.
the spin out? Let's hope that everything's still pointing in the right direction, because once you get reinstated is one thing. If you haven't got the pace, you're going to be eaten up by the cars behind you. The 11 car, the Fat Racing car of Fontini, coming out of the Vosco Racing stable up in Gauteng, and changed, modified, lightened, and simulated down here in Cape Town. And it's Daniela D'Souza that's going to be at the tail end of the pack.
Right, so as they come through, the 129 of D'Souza gets
She will
relegated to the back of the
She
pack
will
by our
not
COCs.
be impressed with that one. She's going to
No.
be on a charge. If there's enough laps, you better believe she's on her way to the front.
Well, it's hard. It's not meant to be easy. Otherwise, everybody would be getting it right. As they exit turn number 1 now. Once again, when Martinengo goes, Greason must drop the hammer and go with him. But he will know that Mark Fontini, multiple SA champ, is right in there behind him. Let's have a look-see. Fully rolled out, clock of the course, waves the green flag, and away we go. And exactly as I said, Mark Fontini just dived out there. Now Greason will have to drive defensive lines. Does he have the straight line speed to stay ahead of Mark Fontini? Down the backbone they go. They are side by side. Fontini on the outside, Greason on the inside, and not one of them will give an inch to the other.
Slightly later on the brakes was Fontini, but look at that. Greason is on the move. It is very, very quick, both of them. Now, what does Ayrton Martinengo do? Close the inside line. Fontini comes around the outside. Close the outside line. Greason comes up the inside, and Honey Honeycombs come with to play as well. Daniela D'Souza running right around the outside of the corner. While they squabbling, she's closing in. Five-way battle will ensue. I just wish there was still 15 laps to go in this one.
Down the backbone they go, and eventually Fontini makes his way up into that second position, but you're not going to catch Martinengo. Eta Martinengo comes home in P1. Fontini finishes second. Greason crosses the line in third, ahead there of Hanekom, D'Souza, and Sorotti.
Some of the best 2.1 racing I've seen at KPL drivers for a long, long time. Gamco Services 2.1 modified saloons. Sure. Brilliant, brilliant racing. I'm sure you're going to see people are going to share that footage again and again on Facebook.
Well, a big thanks to Snap Change, Goodwood Used Motor Spares, RGS Plumbing, Best Buy Doors for the live stream, and then a big thanks as well to Westcape Spares, Rosh and Greg for the scaffolding for Corneille that's standing way above all of us, freezing up there in the cold.
I like the term that you used earlier on, the Promax sound team, going from racetrack to racetrack. Oh, it works for me.
Ruan gave me a thumbs up earlier on. He's giving me a thumbs up again about that.
No, that's only
Corneille
because
gave us double thumbs up earlier on.
Ruan was only because he found your lunchbox and he had your sandwiches. Out there on
jeez,
circuit,
okay.
it's going to be yet another brilliant race that we're going to see now. It's the Westcape Space Stock Rods, and let's see who's going to be where on the grid. Edmund Bredenkamp's had a pretty good day. Den Riesch not as good as what he is accustomed to. Hasn't had it all his own ways. Got stuck in traffic on numerous occasions, but looks like he's got enough to be on the front row of the grid. It's Edmund Bredenkamp and Den Riesch van Tonder. Then it's Michelle Brandt and Heine van Rijn on the outside of that. Then it's Gary van Dijk. And looks like Kayla Jones is going to be coming off the tail end of the field. Wow, that's going to be very difficult for her. With the pace that there is of the front four up front, in fact, you can call it front five because Gary van Dijk's right there with them. This is going to be one of the top races of the day. Green flag goes down. Michelle Brunt has a look for the inside. Edmund Bredenkamp closes it off. Denrish van Tonder holds him nice and tight on that inside line. Look at Kayla Jones on the round, the outside of Heine van Rijn. Down the back when they go. Jones has got the straight line speed and blasts away from van Rijn and up alongside Michelle Brunt.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's Van Tonder that hits the lead. Dennis Van Tonder leads a race for the first time in a while into turn number 1. It's not going to be easy because Bernard comes in the house. So is Jones and Brunt. Down the back man they go. The four of them will probably pull away from the rest of the field as they exit the final corner. This is the final race of the day, people, as the stock rods head into turn number 1. Now, can Dennis van Tonder do enough to hold on to that lead? He knows the 86 is there of Kayla Jones. She's got the straight line speed as she pulls away from Bredenkamp into turn 2. Right behind her is Michelle Brunt, Heine van Rijn, Gary van Dijk, and a recovering Adrian Ruthenberg.
Well, Ruthenberg running a whole heap quicker at this stage of life. Bredenkamp starting to pressurize the back of Denrish van Tonder, saying, you don't get going. Kayla Jones has got the pace in the straight line. Look how she pulls them down the back main. And still a bit of smoke trailing from the back of Van Tonder's car. So far, so good. It's holding together. Edmund Bredenkamp sitting, looking for a top 3. I think Kayla Jones has got it. I think she's far enough ahead. Probably. Yep, she closes the line ahead of Van Tonder. Now, Edmund Bredenkamp from the Worcester side of the world, from Klein Plasie Mega. A gravel man taking on the tar guys. Looks in the mirror. He's got Michelle Brunt, a committee member and top stock rod racer, right in there behind him. What does he do? Does he concentrate on the back end of Van Tonder, or does he keep an eye on Michelle Brunt launching an attack from behind?
Well, Dennis won't be too worried about the 86 Golf of Kayla Jones. He wants to fight for that second position, and he's doing a stunning job so far as they exit turn number 2, down into turn number 1. Never mind about Jones that's disappearing down this road. We've got a 4-way fight for second and third. Out of turn 1 they go. It's Dennis van Tonder. He's got enough pace, power and speed to stay ahead there of Edmund Bredenkamp. And right behind Bredenkamp you've got Michelle Brunt and Heine van Rijn. They've been caught there by the Opel Corsa of Gary van Dijk, and look how well Ruthenberg is going in the finals.
Yeah, well, we said early on, we've seen him with that car when it does go correctly, and for a newcomer to be this close, well, I tell you what, you've got to be pretty good. Edmund Bredenkamp starting to apply more and more pressure. If Van Tonder makes the slightest error and he gets hooked to the outside, believe you me, they're going to be racked back and stacked. It'll be Bredenkamp, Brunt and Van Rijn that will work their way up in the inside. Don't forget about Van Dijk. He's not been dropped. He's there on the pace as well.
Kayla Jones comes around to start another lap, but let's focus on this massive fight for second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth and seventh positions as they head into turn number 1. Out of turn number 1 they go now. There's immense pressure there on Dennis van Tonder down the back main. He and Bredenkamp are now getting away from the other 2 cars that's in there behind him. 1 more lap to go for Kayla Jones and 1 more lap to go for this bunch coming out of turn 2.
Rubbing is racing, and that's what's happening right now between these guys. They're so close. Denrish van Tonder has realized the only way now is to climb it a little bit harder on the brakes, to slow it down a little bit more going into the corner to hold on to that position. Wrong flag coming out there for the win in the final as they come up. It's going to be second will be Denrish van Tonder, then it'll be Edmund Bredenkamp, Michelle Brunt, Heine van Rijn, Gary van Dijk, and then Ruthenberg coming through behind that.
Well, folks, it is a 6:15 and yep, that's it. Game, set and match, 3 heats and a final, and a big thanks to everybody involved. A big thanks there. Eventually the clerk of the course discovered that the checkered flag is not green, but it's actually black and white.
He's done everything else all day long, so utterly fantastic.
You know what, Phil's done a fantastic job, and so was Philip, and so was Sean there on the podium. So well done, gentlemen, to a job stunning done.
Yeah, no doubt about it. A big thanks to each and everybody that was involved in making today possible. to the whole committee. Brilliant job to all the visiting drivers. Thank you very much. All the marshals, clerks of the course, everybody else out there. The breakdown guys, you were so quick in doing what you were doing. That's why we end up when we do before the rain comes and it gets cold out there. So great stuff. I'm going to say goodbye from my side, Gary Fleming. Monday night, 8 o'clock, second gear, Redline Group Diary. Tuesday night, second gear talk show. And then on a Wednesday night, Sports and GTI Racing round number 4. Frankie Ennis, FC Nieuwoud, and myself will be Mike's side on that. Frankie, you can go through the dates.
We come from to you for that one from Watkins Glen in New York.
Hell yeah, it's going to be great. So from my side, Gary Fleming, drive home safely to those of you that are here, and good night to you, one and all.
Yeah, I want to say a big thanks to FC Nieuwoud that took photos from Rage Productions and Rage Racing, to Aubrey de Bruin from Cloud Number 9 Photography, to Janku Smith from Wolfchild Photography, and then to Uncle Colin Brown as well, and then yes, all the marshals, all the COCs, all the lap scorers here. I want to say a big thanks to you guys. To all the competitors, I want to say thanks to you people. But Promax Sound, Corneille van die Kerk, that's busy freezing out there. And the man whose hand I'm shaking here in the commentary box, Ruan van die Kerk, Corneille, Ruan, Promax Sound. Champions, champions, champions you guys are. And it's awesome to be associated with Promax Sound. Ons is. Right, folks, and from my side, drive home safe to those that are here. The rest of the people that's watching, thanks for joining us. And keep safe, look after yourselves, and God bless, and bye-bye, everyone.
Poisonous mushroom, deadly. When I play a dope melody, anything less than the best is a felony. Love it or leave it, you better gain weight. You better hit bullseye, the kid don't play. If there was a problem